Thank you.
Have I on? Yes. Yeah. Hello everyone, welcome to the Huddersfield Planning Subcommittee, Huddersfield area. I'll start the proceedings with item 1, membership of the committee. Are all present? Correct. I think we've had an apology from Councillor
Uppal. Yeah, thank you.
Right. Item 2, minutes of previous meeting. Somebody prepared to move them?
I'll move them.
Is that Sheikh Ullah and Mo Sokol?
Yeah, second.
Item 3, interest and lobbying. Right, we'll start with now I've got here Bill Armour.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've received emails. First one is in support of the Dean Road Upperthong Home Perth application. It's from the agent. And the second one is in opposition to the Myrie Lane, Westerly Lane application. The second one is page 31. The first one is page 11 in the agenda pack.
Yeah. Yes, thank you. Right, we'll move on then to Councillor Paul Davies.
Yep, nothing to declare.
Nothing. Right. Councillor Donna Bellamy.
Thank you,
Donna?
Chair. Yeah, Dean Road, email from the agent, I think it was, nothing done, and the Register Road, I have spoken to the applicant in the past, but no action taken. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor James Homewood.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Application 2020-91146. I've had an email from an objector and action taken. And application 2019-93124. I've had an email from the agent.
Thank you. If it makes it easy for people, you can just give me the page number. That would be sufficient.
Page number better, yeah.
Thank you. Right.
I don't know the page.
Councillor Andrew Marchington. Andrew?
Yeah, I've had the same emails as other members of the committee. No action taken.
Councillor Bernard McGuinn.
Hi, page 11, email from the agent, no action taken.
Councillor Mohammed Sawar.
Nothing to declare, Chair.
Councillor Anthony Smith.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, agenda item 10, page 105. I have been lobbied, so I will not be participating, but I would like to speak.
Yeah,
is that as a ward member, councillor, or are you?
Indeed.
Thank you.
Councillor Mo Sokol.
Thank you, Chair. I think item 8, page 31. I received an email from agent, I think, with regard no action taken. Thank you.
Councillor Sheikh.
Yes, Chair, like everybody else, page number 11 and page 31, email received, no action taken.
Finally, right to myself, of course, Councillor Susan Lee Richards.
Yes, like other councillor members of the committee, I've received emails for the items pages 11 and 31, no action taken. Thank you.
And I myself have had the same 2 emails, no action taken. I've also to mention pecuniary interest in page 123 and 133, which I will be leaving the meeting, and will hopefully just after this have a new chair.
Can I move Sheikh Ullah, Mr. Chair?
Is that second?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I've heard that Sheikh Ullah has been proposed by Councillor Sokol. We've got a seconder.
Yeah, I'll second that. Yep.
Who was that? Sorry.
Sorry, it's Councillor Davies, Paul Davies.
Thank you. Is that agreed?
All in favour, please show your hands. Is that unanimous? That's unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Could I also make my statement about attendees at this point? It's just a quick sentence for those watching online. In the interests of transparency and protection of the integrity of the planning process, members who are not on the committee but who are attending as observers, namely Councillors Patrick, Firth and Walker, will not be participating other than in the usual way when they're invited to do so. Thank you.
Right. Item 4, admission of the public. Well, they're invited.
Yeah. All items to be considered in public session, Chair.
Yes, thank you. Deputations and petitions.
No deputations or petitions received, Chair.
Public question time.
No public questions received.
So we'll go straight in then to the planning applications. Page 11, which is the Hillock Farm, Dean Road, Upperthorne. The officer presented.
Kate Mansell.
Kate Mansell. Kate.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So today the presenting officer is Kate Mansell, and we also have the case officer and a representative from environmental health part as well. Thank you.
Kate, there's you coming.
Kate, you're on mute, I think.
Can't see that. So you're on mute.
She can't unmute.
Thank you for your patience, members.
Sorry about that, Chair. We're now good to go. Can you all hear me okay? Okay, my name is Kate Mansell. I'm a planning officer within development management. I'll be presenting the first 2 items before handing over to my colleague Stuart. So this is item 7 on the agenda, application reference 2019-93124, related to land to the east of Hillock Farm in Upperthorne. So this application seeks retrospective planning permission for the change of use of the land which lies within the Greenbelt from agriculture to storage and the processing of timber. The works also include the formation of a new access track from Dean Road, which you can see running up here, an area of hard standing and the siting of containers. These slides are an aerial view of the site. The photo on the left is obviously before the works commenced, and this was taken around 2018. As you can see, the land was predominantly an open field with a number of farmstead buildings to the southwest and northeast. The image to the right, you can see the site now contains an access track which extends to approximately 190 metres from Dean Road and a sizable yard. These photographs, which were taken last month, show the new access track. Due to access restrictions, these photographs within the site date back to the case officer's original site visit in October 2019. As you can see, there are large amounts of timber which have been stacked within the site until they can be processed into smaller logs. You can also just see the containers that are stored within the site up here. There are 2 to the west and 4 to the north. These are further pictures within the site, and again you can see the timber and the containers. These are the block plans submitted with the application, showing the access track to the left and the yard to the right. The application has been brought to this committee at the request of Councillor Firth. He advised that in his view, the site is appropriate for this type of use, is it not to be readily visible from public vantage points. He stated that the owner did not apply for planning permission because agriculture and forestry go hand in hand. Councillor Firth also states that if this is refused, 4 workers will lose their jobs, and as a councillor that did not sit well with him. The applicant also submitted a supporting statement to justify the scheme by stating that it forms a forestry operation. However, officers do not consider this to be the case because the majority of the works are done off-site and then transported back to this site for storage. As such, as set out in the report, officers consider the use of the land to be inappropriate development within the Greenbelt, especially when taking into account the impact the works would have on the openness. Very special circumstances have been put forward as part of the applicant's planning statement. However, these are not considered to outweigh the harm caused to the Greenbelt. With regards to residential amenity, a noise report has been submitted to the council and reviewed by environmental health officers. In this regard, no objections have been raised due to the fact that the actual processing of the timber at the site would only take place a handful of times throughout the year. Furthermore, no highway concerns are raised as acceptable visibility displays have been submitted. The access gate is also set back from the highway to allow a vehicle to exit onto Dean Road safely and from the gate to be opened. 17 representations have been received directly by the council. 13 of these were objecting. There was 1 general comment and 3 in support. A further 4 supporting comments have been received by the agent on the 27th of November. Nevertheless, for the reasons set out in the report, officers consider the proposal to represent inappropriate development within the Greenbelt, and the application is therefore recommended for refusal. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Are you going to introduce the
Yeah.
speaker?
Yeah. So the first speaker on this item is Sean Johnson. I'll just ring him now.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Johnson, and I will give you a 30-second when we get to it. In other words, when you've done 2.5 minutes, I'll say you've got 30 seconds. Is that clear?
Yeah, that's fine.
Right. Fire away then.
Okay, lovely. Thanks very much for the opportunity to speak. I very much hope the committee will reject this application because I think, any other course of action would damage the integrity of this rural agriculture and residential area. I hope you'll have read my submission, but I'll say this in addition. As far as I can see, this is light industry, not forestry. And as such, it's totally inappropriate for a greenbelt location. Now, in Paul Matthews' report, now I know he has long experience with Kirklees and planning, and he's produced a very professional piece of work, but he can't in that report say that the use amounts to forestry. He can only say that it is akin to forestry. And I think that distinction is very important, and I think it's the point on which you must rest your decision. And I'll give you one example. It's only akin to forestry because there are very few trees on the site that can actually be farmed. As far as I can see, the entire purpose is to bring in the timber, machine it, and distribute it out again. So I don't really see why it needs to be in this location, sort of equidistant between 3 residential farmhouses. In addition, all of the trees on the east, or nearly all of the trees on the eastern border of the applicant's land belong to Upper Wickens Farm. So he cannot use them, he cannot farm them, he can only use them as cover. So I think the point of when the report says that it's in this location and it's surrounded by woodland, which is fine, but that piece of woodland is not actually the applicant's to justify. And I think one of the most damaging effects that we will see is the noise of chainsaws, and I know someone else is going to talk a little bit about that. And, in addition, I appreciate the strain that COVID-19 has put on Kirklees and organisations and the need to expedite business. And I think that any arguments that this would be financially damaging to the applicant aren't true, because I know for a fact that there are people that would happily pay the purchase price for it. My last point, this is a retrospective planning application. This is a retrospective planning application. It's shown a disregard for normal procedure and the integrity of the system. And I would ask if this application instills the committee with a high level of confidence that any conditions requested of the applicant, for example, a limited window in which to use noisy machinery, will be fulfilled. And I can't say that I believe, I think I have the confidence that they will be. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you.
The next speaker, Chair, is Elizabeth Quarmby.
Hello, Elizabeth. Yes, you've got 3 minutes, but when we get to the last 30 seconds, I'll give you a warning that you've got 30 seconds and you must cease once those 30 seconds are up. Thank you very much. Fire away.
Okay, well, it's about the planning permission for the land at Hillock Farm that Charlie has bought. It's just that it's green belt, and he made a gateway before planning, before he applied for planning permission, saying that there was a gateway there when there never was. And he's made a very elaborate entrance, and we're just sort of wondering if he could sort of falsify about the gate, sort of what's coming next. I think it's made us all very wary. Occasionally, obviously in these winter months, I haven't been sort of outside an awful lot, but I did hear at the beginning of last week chainsawing, and I think it can only get worse, and I'm just very, very nervous about the escalation of what might happen. So, we're not used to much noise around here, especially during the week. And I think it's made us all very, very wary. That's all I really have to say. But thank you for listening.
Thank you for being so prompt.
Your next speaker, Chair, is Councillor Nigel Patrick.
Good afternoon, Nigel. You've got, as you know, 5 minutes when you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. I hope you can hear my voice is a bit croaky at the moment, but I shall try and get through it. Right. Take a green field in the green belt, knock a hole in the wall, build a track, build a hard standing area, import 6 containers and set up a timber processing business without any planning permission at all. That's what locals told me happened here. Then operate chainsaws all hours of the day and create noise nuisance. The neighbours report the operation to planning enforcement and local ward councillors. Enforcement action is taken and the timber operator forced to apply for planning permission retrospectively. I don't understand how Environmental Health Services can say in the report that there will be no noise nuisance when clearly that is already taking place. People have complained about it to planning, so I don't understand why Environmental Health Services do not have that information. Remarkably, the planning application does not recognise the impact of the site on the green belt or the noise nuisance to neighbouring properties. No attempt is made to resolve the issues that befront this retrospective planning application. The officer recommendation is refusal, and I support that. I think we should refuse this. Let's not put a message out that you can transform a field in the green belt without any planning permission and then get permission. He could have found a more appropriate site on brownfield land. There's plenty of it about. I understand he's been operating from a different site anyway. So I would ask you please to refuse this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Firth. Donald, can you hear us?
He's on mute.
He's on mute. You're on mute, Donald. Can't see him there at all.
Hello.
Oh, we've got through finally. Right, Donald,
Yeah,
as you know, you're 5 minutes.
I've got 5. Look, I don't need 5 minutes. It's obvious that my colleague is against it, and rather than go against what he wants to do, I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Is this
Next speaker, Chair, is Nick Charlton. I'll just ring him in now.
Hello, Nick. Yes, you've 3 minutes, but after 2.5 minutes to get the 30 seconds, I will give you warning. And you must finish after the 3 minutes. Yeah. Thank you very much. If you'd like to start.
Hello, good afternoon, Chair and committee members. My name is Nick Charlton. I've lived in the home for nearly 40 years, married into a 5th generation home birth family. I'm a local businessman operating in the architectural and design fields. I'm a keen walker and cyclist, which frequently takes me past the application site. My brother-in-law also owns the allotment overlooking the site. I've taken a keen interest in the applicant's activities, as it is rare to see a locally born young man with a growing family building a successful business from nothing. A business which is very clearly rural by its very nature and similar to much larger forestry-orientated businesses in the area. The applicant appears to be being hounded by a very small minority of very vocal local residents. The primary objections being noise. Noise levels have been tested. Kirklees Environmental Health has confirmed no adverse impact on local noise-sensitive properties. Highways issues. Kirklees, 1 minute, I've lost my place. Kirklees Highways have recorded there are no objections. I can also confirm that the location of the newly formed safe entrance is in the position of an original field gateway, which was the only access onto the field. Infringement of green belts and inappropriate development of the green belt. The applicant's agent, I believe, will be dealing with this issue later. No trees to be considered on the site farm. No trees considered on the site farm are farmable. This is incorrect information. There is clearly visible a coppice of trees on the site, plus considerable new trees planted. Councillor Nigel Patch's introduction just given to you is misleading, with half-truths from objectors. It's not all ours. However, I would ask you to consider the planning report for this meeting constantly refers to the development. There is no permanent development proposed for this site, just a change of use to allow the processing of centuries-old rural activity associated with the applicant's forestry-type activities, which again are evident by their very nature. The site could, and no doubt would easily be returned to its original use should the activity cease. The site is very discreet, very seconds, and very well kept, and has no negligible impact on the surroundings. The activities on site are clearly part of the applicant's overall forestry activities. In conclusion, I would ask the committee in these very difficult times to applaud and support the applicant by approving the applicant's application, thereby helping to maintain his business and the employment of 6 local people and their families.
Your time is up. Thank you very much.
Next speaker, Chair, is Charlie Batten.
Yes, Charlie, just to add to that, after 2.5 minutes, I'll say you've got 30 seconds. In other words, you must stop after that 30 seconds, or you will be, you'll need to cease. I'm pretty strict on that. And when you're ready to start, fire away.
Okay. Good afternoon, my name's Charlie Batten and I'm the applicant of this application. Sorry if I seem nervous or jittery, I'm very apprehensive about the situation I find myself in. I'd like to start by apologising for creating our log yard without the correct planning permission in place and explain how this happened. Back in January 2018, when the land became available to me, I'd been looking for a new site close by to store and process the resulting timber from my tree management business. Up until then, we'd been storing and processing our wood for approximately 14 years on a piece of land under 1 mile away from where this application site is located. I was unsure if I needed planning permission for the new site, so I contacted a planning agent for some professional advice. She advised me that planning permission was not required for my intended use. I also spoke with somebody at Kirklees Council to ask their advice, who was meant to call back, but they never did. I contacted several other businesses who confirmed they had been running a similar operation without having planning permission. Naturally, the fact that we'd been storing and processing our timber on the previous site under 1 mile away for the last 14 years and without any planning issues gave me the confidence that I would be doing nothing wrong. Primarily, my business deals with the removal of trees from a variety of sites. We also give our skills to a variety of local charities and schools. When we are removing the trees, we process them down into wood chippings and logs. The wood chip we produce is donated to local allotments, homeowners, horse yards, farms and charities such as River Home Connections. The cordwood is cut to a specific length, then transported back to the yard for storage. We then process it down into firewood logs and let it season naturally, ready to be sold on and heat homes in pubs and in the local community. This process is the most environmentally friendly way of recycling our waste product. This year is the 16th year of business for my company, and in that time we've invested in modern equipment and developed a very efficient method of log processing. This means the process produces little noise, as is reflected in the noise reports. It also makes the process much quicker. For example, this year we've only needed to be in the yard processing logs on 8 days to recycle the timber we've produced. The rest of the time is spent away from this log yard on job sites. In May this year, an increase in workload resulted in me employing an extra 2 members of staff on top of the 3 I already had. These young members of staff live locally and are now training to be fully qualified arborists. I pride myself on running a hard-working, reliable and friendly team and take great pleasure in being able to provide jobs for local people. I accept responsibility for my actions and wish to express that it was genuinely never my intention to evade the laws of planning or...
Next speaker is Paul Matthews, Chair.
You.
Hello, Paul.
Hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yes, well, as you've just been told, you've 3 minutes, but what I will do, when we get down to 2.5 minutes, I'll say you've got 30 seconds and you will be cut off once that 30 seconds is up. If you've not finished, then you'll still be cut off.
Okay. Noted, thank you.
Fire away when you're ready.
Thank you. Afternoon all. As case law indicates, there's various determinations what forestry is from a planning perspective. It's a very grey area. The cordwood has resulted from works in parks, school grounds, private estates, church grounds, private gardens and other land within Kirklees ownership, removing dangerous trees, diseased trees and in some instances emergency works including removing fallen trees to ensure that Kirklees highway network can remain open safely. The bulk of tree work carried out enables the safety, maintenance and upkeep of predominantly other rural greenbelt areas. Primarily, it's a rural occupation. This application now has the full support of Kirklees Highways, Conservation, Pollution and Noise Control, along with the Parish Council. The only outstanding issue revolves around Greenbelt. If deemed forestry, it will be acceptable within the Greenbelt. This is a subjective assessment. All planning applications should be considered on their own merits, but with a consistent approach. Consistency is important to applicants and agents and also secures public confidence in the workings of the development control system. Kirklees approved an application this year, also on Greenbelt land, for forestry use, as confirmed in writing by the planning case officer. They actually buy in cordwood timber and then process it on site into firewood for resale. How can that be deemed forestry, yet ours not? Furthermore, Kirklees Forestry Department also carry out a remarkably similar process of tree felling work. Cordwood is then transported back to the council's forestry yard. This is part of a large cemetery. The whole of this site is also in Greenbelt and has a long history of being so. Significantly, there is no planning history for a change of use of this land to industrial, as planning has suggested is required for our site. In closing, I respectfully ask you all to reflect. Even if you consider the business and processes not forestry, I'd like to think that you consider it an aligned and associated use that isn't, in this particular instance, inappropriate within the Greenbelt. Refusal of this application will most probably result in the loss of rural jobs and a long-established, successful business. Both the applicant and myself do not oppose to any reasonable or fair conditions if you are mindful to support this. Thanks for listening.
Thank you. Dead on time. Members. Councillor Sheikola.
Good afternoon, Chair. Can you hear me? I've got microphone problems today.
Clearly
thank
we
you.
can hear you.
Yeah, I think for me this is... Sorry? Oh, I think for me this is... I mean, I can understand why the decision has been to refuse, and some of the comments that have been made by the people that have spoken, I can get some of those, but I think ultimately, for me, I think the decision is right to refuse, and I'm happy to move the officer recommendation. Thank you.
Councillor McGuinn.
Yeah, it's obviously a clear issue of what is acceptable in the Greenbelt and whether this is special circumstances, and it all boils down to whether you consider this a forestry operation. Clearly, because the wood's coming in from elsewhere, I don't think you could class it as a forestry operation. It is more an industrial process. I am reluctant because we realise that there could be a possible loss of jobs, but I'll have to second shake on on his move, because I think that we have to say that this is unacceptable development in the Greenbelt, and I'm seconding Shake's motion.
Thank you. Councillor Donna Bellamy.
Thanks, Chair. It's more of a query, to be honest. There's been a mention of previous sites, and the business has been going for sort of 16 years. Is there a reason why the previous site is no longer used? Is one of the questions, you know, and as to why they've had to move to a site which apparently has hardly any trees, because I've obviously got concerns, you know, with it being Greenbelt. And also there were a mention of, you know, a very elaborate gate. You know, can that be clarified? Is it just a standard gate to a track, or is it something else? Thank you.
How are we going to answer those questions? Who?
Yes.
Yes, please, Julia.
So, thank you, Chair. So it's Julia Stedman, the Group Leader for Development Management. So in terms of the question regarding the applicant's sort of business, previous business location, we've paragraph 10.25 in the on page 22 of the agenda. We set out there the information that we have at this moment in time, and that's that they were previously operating from a farm, and that's been operating for the past 14 years. But then that is the only information we have got. We don't know why it is that they decided to move, other than the applicant then purchasing this site and relocating the business. In terms of the second query about the gate, I think on the initial presentation from the officers, the access into the site was shown there, and like I said, the details were as part of that presentation. Thank you, Chair.
Right, Councillor Anthony Smith.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not without sympathy for the applicant, but it seems to me that the activities at this site are not tied to the site, and by that I mean, you know, they're bringing in materials from elsewhere to process. We do want and we do value jobs, but not at any expense to our environment, and in particular to our precious and continuously pressured greenbelt. So on that basis, I'm minded to support the officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Councillor Bill Armour.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't like retrospective applications. However, that is not a reason to refuse them, and I'm not putting too much weight on that. I am very protective of the Greenbelt. I think this does cause damage to the Greenbelt, and I don't think there are very special circumstances. What worries me is we're not given any real detail as to why the site of 14 years is being abandoned in favour of this greenfield. We're not told why. There may be reasons, there may not. It might have just been a falling out with the landlord. We just don't know. So I find myself just about fully in support of the officer's recommendation. I do like to see the rural economy being helped along, but I think we've got to keep the rural area as well as the rural economy. So I'm in favour of the officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Councillor Paul Davies.
Yeah, thank you. I'm very much in agreement with the members so far, and they've covered the main points I was going to raise. Clearly around the site is very much a processing site, and the officer's recommendation on the basis of inappropriate development on a green belt, as again other members have said, does seem to be fairly straightforward. It is very unfortunate, particularly if there are some jobs that are going to be lost, and it's very unfortunate that the applicant, as he said, received contrary advice on this, but yes, I would support the officer's recommendation.
Well, members, it does appear to me now that it's been moved and seconded, and Councillor Sokol, you can have the final word. Yes? Have you not heard me, Councillor Sokol? Are you on mute?
Yeah. No, I raised my hand well before the other member. I think that
you weren't on
you
my
might
screen.
have missed my hand. Yeah. I don't want to say too much about most of the members actually agreed to refuse this application on the region of the green belt. It's, to me, honestly, it looks like an industrial estate in the green belt area. Yeah, there's no evidence for special region to be there, and honestly I agree, and I'm happy. Two ward councillor who had a different view, they agreed to oppose this one. So I agree with other member to refuse this application. Thank you.
Yes, so I think now we'll go to the vote. All those in favour, please show.
I'll read members' names out, Chair, for you.
Certainly.
So it's you're voting on the officer recommendation to refuse planning permission. Councillor Armour? You're on mute, Councillor Armour.
Yes, indeed I was. I'm still in favour.
Councillor Bellamy?
For.
Councillor Davies?
For.
Councillor Homewood?
For.
Councillor Marchington?
For.
Councillor McGuinn?
For.
Councillor Sarwar?
For.
Councillor Smith?
For.
Councillor Sokol?
For.
Councillor Uller?
For.
Councillor Lee Richards?
I'm going to abstain because of the reason I put in the chat. Thank you.
That is due to you being a trustee of River Home Connections, just for clarity, isn't it? Thank you.
Yes.
Councillor Lyons?
For.
That's clearly carried, Chair.
Yes, thank you. So now we'll move on then to the next application, which is page 31, Wesley Avenue, Netherthorne.
Thank you, Chair. It's Kate Mansell again. As you said, this is item 8 on the agenda, application reference 2020-91146, related to land to the west of Wesley Avenue in Netherthorne. It is an outline application to consider the principle of development and the means of access into the site only. Matters of means of access within the site, the residential site layout, the appearance of the dwellings, their scale and landscaping are the reserved matters for future consideration. They do not form part of the assessment before you today. The slide on the left shows the extent of the application site. It lies to the west of Wesley Avenue and to the north of Homedale Crescent. Myrie Lane adjoins the site to the north. The slide on the right shows the extent of the Netherthorne Conservation Area. The site lies outside the conservation area but adjoins it to the northern boundary. This is an aerial view of the site showing its relationship to the wider settlement of Netherthorne. It lies on the western edge of the village, but it would not extend further into the countryside than the western extent of the existing dwellings on Homedale Crescent here. It would also broadly align with the built edge development to the north of the site, particularly following the current development of land adjacent to 8 Myrie Lane here, which is ongoing. In essence, this application would result in the rounding off of the village boundary. This slide shows the approach to the site along Wesley Avenue. As acknowledged in the report, due to the grade into the driveways to the properties on Wesley Avenue, Some of the existing residents choose to park on the road and pavement, as shown in this photograph. These are photos taken from the end of Wesley Avenue, looking south up the slope of the site and down towards the old parsonage on Myrey Lane. And this slide just shows the character of Myrey Lane and also how the site banks steeply along its northern boundary down to the road. Although layout is not for consideration as part of this application, the applicant did submit an illustrative scheme. Initially, it showed 36 dwellings. It was subsequently amended to 33 dwellings as shown on this slide. However, this is presented to you purely for illustrative purposes. The actual layout would be considered reserved matter stage. In terms of the principle of residential development, as detailed in the committee report, the site is allocated for housing within the Kirklees local plan with an indicative capacity of 38 dwellings. Its allocation through the local plan process was based upon a rigorous borough-wide assessment, and it was found to be suitable for housing. Its development would also make a meaningful contribution to meeting the housing delivery targets of the local plan, and 20% of the units would be affordable in line with council policy. As detailed in the report, the development of this site for residential use is consistent with the local plan and it is considered to be acceptable in principle. This application also seeks permission for the means of access into the site. This slide shows how that would be achieved. It will be taken from the end of Wesley Avenue as an extension to the existing road. Wesley Avenue is currently a cul-de-sac with a carriageway width of approximately 4.9 metres. The existing turning head at the end of the road would become redundant and the vehicular access would continue from Wesley Avenue along a broadly straight alignment. Within the site, the access would widen out to a 5.5 metre carriageway with a 2 metre footway on each side. This is consistent with the Council's Highway Design Guide. The committee report acknowledges that the width of the access roads into the site, along Wesley Avenue and Dean Avenue in particular, are less than 5.5 metres wide, which is the typical width of an adopted carriageway. However, this standard is for new residential streets within new residential developments, rather than setting a required width for existing streets. In terms of traffic generation, based upon a maximum capacity of 36 dwellings, the site would generate a worst case scenario of 25 trips in the morning and PM peak. This would equate to an average of 1 vehicle movement every 2.4 minutes along Wesley Avenue during the peak hours. Whilst accepting that this would result in a change in circumstances for the residents of Wesley Avenue, with more cars moving up and down the street, the test within the National Planning Policy Framework for refusing applications on highways grounds is that they should have an unacceptable impact on highway safety, and the residual cumulative impacts of the road network would be severe. For the reasons set out in the report, neither are considered applicable in this case, and the means of access into the site is considered to be acceptable. The applicant has also submitted a parameters plan with the application, which is shown on this slide. Its purpose is to identify certain opportunities and constraints to be taken forward through to any reserved matters application. These include retaining an area of open space fronting Myrey Lane, which is to remain undeveloped. This is necessary to safeguard the setting of the conservation area and is required by the site allocation. It also identifies the need to provide an appropriate offset from the planting to be retained around the old parsonage here and along the southern boundary. Finally, it acknowledges the existing scale of bungalows here adjoining the site to the south and the need for any future housing to be designed to incorporate appropriate separation distances. This would all be fully considered at reserved matter stage. As part of this application, a Section 106 agreement would be dealt with to establish the principle of financial contributions necessary to make this development acceptable. These are detailed in the report and include the provision of 20% affordable housing, a contribution towards off-site open space, and a contribution towards sustainable travel measures. I do have one update to the report. A response was received from Yorkshire Water. They confirmed that a water supply can be provided to the site and they have no objections subject to relevant conditions being attached to any permission. In conclusion, this is an allocated housing site and an assessment of the application against relevant policies within the local plan and government guidance is fully set out in the report. For these reasons, it is recommended that approval of the application be delegated to the Head of Planning and Development in order to complete the list of conditions, including those set out in the report and the sealing of the Section 106 agreement. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. speakers?
Your first speaker on this is David Sykes, Chair.
I consider that it would be inadvisable to approve a proposal which could lead to
sorry,
an
Chair,
increased number of
that's coming
vehicles.
right at the beginning. I don't know if we heard it all.
Oh, sorry. Do you want me to start again?
We didn't hear it all, Chair, if we don't mind.
Right, if that's what you say, I did, but yes, we'll carry on with the clock. We'll put the clock back to 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I am a long-standing resident of Wesley Avenue. The planning report that you've been presented with fails to mention that in 1980, the Department of the Environment held a local inquiry to decide whether these same fields could be developed for housing. This was after the current owners had had their planning application refused by the council. In his summing up, the department officer in charge of the inquiry wrote, "In my judgment, the roads are barely wide enough to allow 2 cars to pass one another, and in certain lengths, only wide enough for 1 vehicle. I consider that it would be inadvisable to approve a proposal which could lead to an increased number of vehicles using these narrow roads, with consequently greater risk of conflict, particularly between pedestrians and vehicles." Back in 1980, the same land had been earmarked as white land by the council. In other words, land that had the potential to be built on, the same as today in the local plan, with Wesley Avenue having been identified as the access point, the same as today. Since 1980, there have been significant changes. These being, there are now double the number of vehicle journeys made on the UK's roads. 103 more homes have been built in Netherthong, with an average of 2 cars per house. The risk to pedestrians is even greater because the increased number of parked vehicles force them to walk in the middle of roads. In other words, nothing has happened since 1980 to reduce the danger. On the contrary, the danger has increased. Previous appeal decisions are a material consideration. It says so in your report. However, that same report then attempts to say, without any legal view having been sought, I might add, that it is considered that the previous decisions carry no weight in the current decision-making process. This is factually incorrect. The 1980 decision, the last to be made on these fields, remains valid because it has never been quashed. If the owners of the land want to develop it for housing, then they need to appeal to the Department of the Environment against the 1980 ruling, rather than attempt to pursue approval through this committee, a committee that does not have the legal authority to overrule a decision that has already been made by a higher authority, namely the Department of the Environment. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. You let me out there.
Your next speaker, Chair, is Mel Booth.
Mel Booth. Hello, Mel. You have got the 3 minutes, but after 2.5, I'll give you the 30-second warning, and you will be cut off at 3 minutes dead on.
Okay.
But when you're ready, fire away.
Thank you, Chair. I've lived on Wesley Avenue for 32 years. This application should be rejected because Wesley Avenue is far too narrow and is a totally unsuitable access to the proposed development. Kirklees Highways have stated in their report the carriageway is only 4.9 metres wide, where the Highway Design Guide recommends a 5.5 metre carriageway to serve this number of dwellings. The width is only sufficient to cope with typical residential traffic, provided that sufficient off-street parking is available. Residents on Wesley Avenue have to park cars on the road. Driveways are too narrow and steep to accommodate modern vehicles and are treacherous in winter, so it is basically single carriageway. The 4.9 metre width of Wesley Avenue indicates it was never intended to be part of a wider estate, and it is effectively a problematic 70 metre plus long bottleneck. A total of 84 parking spaces are provided in the proposed development, so to consider sending that massively increased amount of traffic down such a narrow single track, not to mention the extra delivery trucks and service vehicles, would have a severe and unacceptable impact on highway safety. On top of that, Wesley Avenue pours out onto the steeply sloping Dean Avenue, with the hazardous junction with Mary Lane, Deanbrook Road and Child Street just a short distance to the north. This junction is as notorious as it is precarious and is a school route to both the village primary and to Holmfirth High. The danger here cannot be underestimated at the moment, so with all the extra traffic volume, it doesn't bear thinking about. So Wesley Avenue pours out close to a hazardous junction and is clearly itself too narrow, a fact acknowledged by Kirklees Highways themselves and also, it seems, by the applicant. On Sunday, May the 17th this year, in a bid to circumvent this whole planning process, the applicant attempted to bulldoze through a dry stone wall from the proposed site onto Wesley Avenue over land which is not theirs to create the impression an access already exists.
30 seconds.
These deplorable actions would only have been those of someone who recognises Wesley Avenue is a totally unsuitable access and that they needed to take desperate measures to try to make it appear otherwise. The thought of large construction traffic on thundering along here also is truly frightening. To sum up, Wesley Avenue is a 70-metre bottleneck of just 4.9 metres wide, acknowledged by the council and the applicant as too narrow, and is a totally unsuitable access because of...
Your next speaker, Chair, is Jason Martin.
Thank you.
Hello, Jason. Yes, you've 3 minutes, but after 2.5 minutes, I will say you've 30 seconds left, and after that 30 seconds, you will be cut off if you're still going.
Okay. I understand.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
So,
this outline for planning should be rejected because the increase in traffic will cause a severe impact on highway safety, and Kirklees have no proven access to the proposed development. A valid legal challenge to claim the strip of land at the end of Wesley Avenue is underway because Kirklees have yet to prove it's part of the highway. We have evidence to challenge the council's stance and that the land strip was conveyed to the two properties at the end of Wesley Avenue. Our legal team contacted Kirklees' legal department on June the 2nd to highlight our position. We didn't receive a response until November the 14th, over 5.5 months later. Again, Kirklees offered no evidence to support their claim while attempting to dismiss ours. You may have been to the proposed access and asked yourself, why is there a hole in the wall? The reason is because early morning on Sunday, May the 17th, a mini digger with 4 men came into the proposed site and began to excavate a deep hole on the other side of the wall, telling alarmed residents they have permission to create access into the field off Wesley Avenue. We told them they did not have permission to do this, but they insisted we couldn't stop them. So the residents placed themselves on the wall and land strip to peacefully protest whilst waiting for the police to arrive. The police arrived and the men were told to stop work immediately and not touch the wall. When the police left, the men didn't. So we also stayed. Around 15 minutes later, a car came down Wesley Avenue at high speed, stopping suddenly in front of the strip of land, endangering the safety of the residents present. A man gets out pertaining to be the farmer, and he can carry out this work. He then instructs the 4 men to dismantle the wall with their bare hands from under the residents sitting and lying on it. He also joins them in dismantling the wall. Police are called and return in numbers. They tell the men to stop what they are doing and leave. The men are reluctant to do so, despite repeated requests by the police. The man, saying he was a farmer, then informed the police and some residents that his name was in fact Anthony Green, who we later discovered is the director of Fairbank Investments Limited, the applicant. Eventually, they leave with a police escort. What we've learned since that no permission was granted from Kirklees, the tenant or landowner, to gain access. The incident was referred to the planning compliance team and a planning contravention notice was issued to the landowner and those with an interest in the land. A police report was passed up to Chief Inspector Alan Travis. We have an ongoing legal challenge and valid evidence to claim the land strip. Kirklees have no right to dismiss this themselves because they are not judge and jury. In light of this,
thank you. Your time is up. Thank you.
Rejected.
Yeah, our next speaker, Chair, is John Marshall.
Right, John, just to reiterate what you've just been told regarding the 3 minutes. After 2.5 minutes, I will give you warning. You've 30 seconds left, and after that 30 seconds, you will be cut off. If you're still going, that is. Thank you.
Okay. My house overlooks the junction of Dean Avenue with Wesley Avenue. It also covers Myra Lane, Deanbrook Road and Giles Street. I've lived here since 1966. Dean Avenue was not designed to be cut through a road to more lane than it is today. Originally, it was simply a cul-de-sac and a link road with Wesley Avenue to meet Myra Lane at the junction with Deanbrook Road and Giles Street. By the time Dean Avenue was constructed, it served a total of 24 houses. It was never designed to carry its current volume of traffic, let alone the additional traffic that the new development would bring. The later connection of the road to Moor Lane and the building along it of the larger Denham Drive estate has significantly increased the volume of traffic down this road. Dean Avenue slopes very steeply from its junction with Wesley Avenue to its junction with Myra Lane, Deanbrook Road and Giles Street. This junction is busy with the vehicle throughout the day, particularly during the morning and evening rush hours, when it is also busy with children walking to and from school. The sight line to the left at the bottom of Dean Avenue is restricted badly, as is the view to the left for motorists coming towards the junction from Deanbrook Road. Over recent years, I've witnessed several collisions at this junction. It is on good fortune that no one has been seriously injured or killed. One particular accident could easily have been fatal had the mother of 2 children not had the presence of mind to pull them out of the way of a car that failed to stop at the bottom of Dean Avenue, skidded across the junction and into the wall at the far side. Against that wall, at the top of Deanbrook Road, are a speed sign, a grip bin, and Dean Avenue is too steep for gritter wagons to use, hence the grip bin, with to do it ourselves in bad weather. There have been several occasions when both the grip bin and Deanbrook Road sign have been demolished by cars that have failed to stop at the bottom of Dean Avenue. In fact, the latest replacement road sign has been moved further down the road to reduce the chance of it being secured. This junction is very busy now at peak times, and we've already got a further building development of 25 houses in construction at the end of Mile Lane, which will add to the burden of traffic at this junction. To add a further 36 houses at the associated traffic, this new proposed development would make the junction even more dangerous as traffic fights for the limited space available on these narrow roads. It is unrealistic to think that an additional development of 36 houses would only generate an extra 25 car journeys out of Wesley Avenue during the rush hour. As such, I feel that the application for the development should be rejected. Thank you for allowing me to speak at this meeting.
Thank you. No need to. 30-second rule.
Your next speaker is Susan Sykes, Chair.
Hello, Susan. Yes, you have 3 minutes, but what I will do at 2.5 minutes, I'll give you warning. You've 30 seconds left. That's if you're still going. But if you try and go any further, you'll be cut off at 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Susan Sykes, and I have lived on Wesley Avenue for 49 years. These are my reasons why you should refuse planning permission for Wesley Avenue to be used as access to this proposed development. Kirklees Highways Department has stated in its report, as you've previously heard, the carriageway of Wesley Avenue is only 4.9 metres in width, where the Highway Design Guide, SPD, recommends a 5.5 metre carriageway to serve this number of dwellings. The same Kirklees Design Guide goes on to state that even at 5.5 metres, a road is only wide enough to cope with typical residential traffic, provided that sufficient off-street parking is available. The residents on Wesley Avenue have to park cars on the road. This is because the driveways are too narrow to accommodate today's modern cars, and are so steep that they become treacherous during freezing conditions. Because Wesley Avenue is only 4.9 metres wide, the parked cars mean that it operates as a single carriageway. Any increase in traffic would result in traffic jams because there's not enough room to pass a vehicle travelling in the opposite direction. This would be particularly bad during the construction phase. As we have seen from the nearby ongoing Myrie Lane development, 44-tonne articulated vehicles would be needed to deliver plant and materials to the site. To make the tight turn into Wesley Avenue, then proceed along it, these would have to mount the pavement. Pavements that house gas pipes, water pipes and water meters, which are not designed to withstand such weight. There would be nowhere for those construction vehicles to turn round, meaning they'd have to reverse back around a blind bend onto Dean Avenue, which is a steeply sloping road and a bus route. Wesley Avenue cannot be widened because the pavements are already narrower than the guide width for pavements. This road was never designed to be an access road to serve additional houses, and its narrow width means that it does not meet Kirklees' own rules. These state under policy LP21 that all proposals shall ensure safe and efficient flow of traffic within the development and on the surrounding highway network. You should therefore refuse to grant planning permission for Wesley Avenue to be used as access for this proposed development. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your next speaker, Chair, is Jamie Frost.
but after 2.5 minutes, I'll tell you 30 seconds, and then you must finish at the 3-minute deadline. So,
okay.
If you'd like to start, carry on.
Okay, good afternoon. I ask you to refuse this development on highway grounds. There will be an unacceptable impact on highway safety, and the impact on the road network will be severe. The applicant has minimised this matter in their report. The report is based on surveys from 26 different locations, 21 of which are flat or gently sloping and close to good transport links. No surveys were conducted in winter when car use is highest. It predicts non-car journeys of 33%, an implausible number. I contacted Trix and they confirmed that Sanderson Associates, acting for the applicant, tailored the report selecting their own Trix criteria. Sanderson set the location for this report as suburban. Trix good practice guide shows Netherthong should be considered freestanding, a rural outlier. The report only uses 2 samples of Friday data, while other days average 6.5 samples. The Department for Transport states in a recent publication that Friday is the busiest day, yet it has been overlooked by the applicant. It is claimed the development will generate 25 car journeys at rush hour, yet they propose capacity for 84 cars. This will easily generate over 50 trips at peak times, posing a huge risk to residents and children on their way to school. There are no pavements or cycleways into the village. One road accommodates two-way traffic, but this removes any safe space for non-motorists. Visiting the village is already very dangerous, if not in a vehicle. School children are at risk daily. The report includes a section of the West Yorkshire cycle map and claims to show several cycleways. These are the same dangerous roads, not cycling infrastructure. Our location is very hilly. The steepest climbs in the Tour de France are above 8%. Gradients of 13 to 16% are the only ways into the village. Commuting or shopping that requires baggage is not feasible for a pedestrian or cyclist. On public transport, travelling to Huddersfield by 9 a.m. requires walking these same roads to catch a bus in Holmfirth or leaving at 6:42 from the village. You would have to walk these roads and others for 40 minutes to board a train. I strongly doubt that new residents will choose this over the car. The travel plan lacks credibility, offering nothing beyond handing out bus timetables. This lack of commitment is because the applicant knows there are no viable alternatives to the motor car.
30 seconds.
There has been no capacity assessment by highways prior to this application. The applicant's data is our only guide in this issue, and it is deeply flawed, with no plan for minimising the severe impact on overcrowded and increasingly dangerous roads. This development will exacerbate a serious problem in the village, and it should be refused. Many thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Your next speaker, Chair, is Eric Pye.
Hello, Rick. Yes, just to repeat, 3 minutes you're given, but after 2.5 minutes, I'll warn you that you've just 30 seconds left and you will be cut off if you go any further than 3 minutes. Well, you won't go any further. Thank you. You start when you wish.
Good afternoon. I am Eric Pye and I've lived in Wesley Avenue for over 10 years. I'd like to talk about the problems of this development with regard to climate change and the environment. Since 2019, as part of their climate change initiative, Kirklees Council have agreed to take into account the carbon impact of planning applications. All natural environments capture carbon to a greater or lesser extent. So to develop greenfield sites, as opposed to brownfield, will invariably have a negative impact on our ability to affect climate change. There are many brownfield sites locally that should be prioritised rather than building on farmland. We are already seeing more frequent extreme weather events in Netherthong, like elsewhere. and these fields do play a part in soaking up and retaining rainwater. The hard standing surfaces of the proposed development would increase the likelihood of regular flooding on Myrey Lane. With regard to the level of negative environmental impact, I contend that not enough ecological research has been done on this site. The two environmental surveys carried out on behalf of the applicant only covered 2 of the 3 fields. The aerial photograph, Fig 1 of the report, clearly rings only the 2 eastern fields, and the site plan on page 15 shows the same boundary. The west field is also never mentioned in the text. The west field is centuries old and has not been grazed, ploughed or improved for decades. It is therefore more ecologically diverse. This field needs to be surveyed at the time when rare species are visible. For example, the wild bluebells, which have protected status. We already know that this field is home to ground nesting birds, newts and mammals such as hedgehogs, which have recently been added to the red list as an endangered species. It is also an important hunting ground for bats and owls. It is also evident that there has been no reference made in any of the reports to the hedgehogs which regularly cross Wesley Avenue at night. Their numbers would be detrimentally affected if there was to be an increase in traffic on the road. In conclusion, I contend that this site is a valuable environmental and useful environmental asset and a useful flooding control and should be protected. You should therefore refuse planning permission for this development. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Next.
Next speaker is Lisa Sykes.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, you can hear me.
I can hear you fine.
Yes, you have 3 minutes, as you've just been told. But after 2.5 minutes, I will give you a warning. You have 30 seconds left. You may not go that far, but if you try and go beyond the 3 minutes, I will have to cut you off. Thank you.
That's fine. That's fine. Thank you, Chair. My name is Lisa Sykes. I live on Wesley Avenue. I'm here to advise you that the proposed development will lead to unacceptable flooding in other areas of the village. This is because there is no workable solution for surface water drainage from this site. Yorkshire Water has refused permission for the site surface water to drain away through Yorkshire Water pipes because they cannot cope with such volumes. The applicant's solution is to channel surface water through a pipe into Deanbrook Stream to the north of the site. What has been overlooked by both the applicant and Kirklees lead local flood authority is the fact that Deanbrook Stream sits within a mature woodland forming part of the historic Neverthorne Conservation Area. The trees growing there are all subject to tree preservation orders. A drainage pipe through that woodland therefore cannot be allowed. It could not be installed underground because it is illegal to disturb the roots of protected trees, and it cannot be installed overground. To do so would be in breach of policy LP 35 of the local plan, which states that development should preserve or enhance the significance of the asset. An unsightly overground surface pipe would not do this. The planning officer has failed to request a report from either Kirklees Council Trees or Kirklees Conservation and Design about the possible siting of an overground drainage pipe through the conservation area. Without adequate surface water drainage, a large amount of additional surface water would run off this development and onto Myrey Lane. This would add to the existing flooding that already occurs at the junction of Myrey Lane and St Mary's Road, flooding that leaves this junction impassable by vehicles and walkers for days on end. In the view of the fact that there is no adequate drainage available, for this site, you should reject this application for the development. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you.
Your next speaker, Chair, is Diane Bangali.
Hello, Diane. Just as a reminder that you have 3 minutes only, but after 2.5 minutes, I will give you 30 seconds. And after the 30 seconds, if you are still going, I'll have to cut you off. Thank you.
That's okay.
Yes, when you're ready.
Okay, thank you. Hi there, everybody. I moved on to Deanbrook Road in 2002. The following year, on my son's 7th birthday, I felt confident in his sensibility and the then safety of our roads to allow him to call on his friends in the village to play out on the school fields with the new football. In all good conscience, as a mum, I would not do that today. Less than a quarter of Deanbrook Road has pavement. Half of it is a 30 speed limit, the other half is 60, where it is bordered by stone walls, as are the majority of the roads accessing the village. It has no pavements, no grass verges, or any pedestrian refuge for school children or villagers to be safe from the ever-increasing numbers of vehicles. Today's cars are wider for driver safety. Today's homes typically have second and even third cars. Households shop online and have regular weekly and next day deliveries to the door by delivery van. This is certainly the case for the residents of Deanbrook Road, where vehicles have to park on the roadside and the volume of extra traffic using Deanbrook Road to access or drive through the village is an ever-increasing threat. This has also been compounded by the extra traffic generated from the recently completed new housing estate. We will have to wait for the effect that the half-completed estate at the bottom of the hill on Myra Lane will have. The only certain thing is Deanbrook Road has already had to contend with a regular stream of HGVs and site traffic for the last few years to service the two building sites. The prospect of possibly another 2 years to service a third does not bode well. The proliferation of vehicles now using our roads makes it unsafe for all pedestrians, not only children. Consequently, parents are driving their children to the village school, dropping off on the Deanbrook Road school path there, although that is itself dangerous, as users have to step down directly onto the road. Again, there is no pavement or safe pedestrian designated area. I'm a regular dog walker around the village, and last summer I was struck by the wing mirror of a car at the bottom of Deanbrook Road. The car came around the blind bend, and I had no way of getting out of the way, even though I heard it. The outcome could have been far worse had I been a student from Holmfirth High, walking home completely immersed on my phone. Consequently, I know the village of Netherthong is ill-equipped to provide safe roads for its current residents, let alone any new ones. Therefore, I object to an extra 36 houses being built, potentially bringing in an extra 70 to 80 cars, dozens of weekly delivery vehicles, along with the years prior of upheaval caused by wholly unsuitable vehicles trying to access the building site via the village roads, whose drivers ignore signs, blindly follow their sat-navs. I submit to today's committee they should uphold the wisdom of the 1980 decision and, for the sake of road safety, refuse planning consent for this application. Thank you.
Thank you. The clock stopped.
Your next speaker, Chair, is Neil MacLeod.
Yes, hello Neil. Yes, I'll just reiterate, you have 3 minutes, but after 2.5 minutes, I'll give you a warning, you've 30 seconds. if you go or try to go beyond, then should I say, you will be cut off.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The 1980 decision of the planning inspector remains both legally binding and totally on all fours with the present application. Changes in planning law since then have not affected its relevance, since the self-same factual matters have to be taken into consideration. It is a fundamental rule of the English legal system that you have to follow legal decisions such as this, which are called precedents, unless they are overturned by a superior court. This gives society certainty and predictability as to the law rather than a legal lottery. The factual position now is much worse than in 1980, since there have been no changes to the local transport network, but a huge increase in local traffic due to several housing developments. This increases the relevance of the 1980 decision. The council failed to take the 1980 decision into account when it included the land in the local plan. The council also completely failed to realise the inadequate width of Wesley Avenue, which does not meet its own published requirements. These two oversights were material omissions, which render the plan creation process fundamentally flawed, and the inclusion of this land as mistaken and invalid. The council should either, 1, accept that putting the land in the plan was a fundamental mistake and reject the application on that basis, or 2, in accordance with the express words of the planning framework, accept that these two matters are material considerations indicating that the plan should not be followed and reject the application. It would be an affront both to long-established legal practice and to common sense if the council were to grant this application.
30 seconds.
Please do the right thing and reject this application. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, your next speaker is Councillor Patrick.
Yes. Hello, Nigel.
Hello, Chair. I shall croak on, yes. I shall struggle through again. You've heard the members of the public who live locally, some on Wesley Avenue. They have given you sufficient grounds, I think, to refuse the application. Just because this land is allocated in the local plan doesn't mean it can be developed. The site has no means of access. As you've heard, there is no legal right of way through from Wesley Avenue. The developer, I think, knows it, and in desperation, I think that's why the wall was knocked down, to make it look like there was an established right of access, but there isn't one. This land is effectively landlocked. In any event, Wesley Avenue, as you've heard, is far too narrow. It was built as a cul-de-sac, not as a through road, and its width doesn't meet our own policies. I think Highways have made a mistake. I think the council needs to put its hand up and say a mistake has been made. And I would urge you, I would urge the committee, the councillors on the committee, to refuse the application on that basis. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Councillor Donald Firth.
Donald?
Yeah.
When you're ready.
Right, thank you, yes. Microphone now unmuted. Thank you for that. Well, this time I am going to speak because I'm hoping I get more support than I did before. And anyway, the bottom line is, now the song has been basically, one could say, over the years, it's been literally raped by building all over the place, and the road situation, the road infrastructure just will not cope with what there is now. For my sins, I do a small voluntary job a few days a week, and just very often I have to come through another song, and I'm not joking. From a residential point of view, I don't know how they survive, because I have to come through another song and go down Song Lane to where I work from. And I've got to tell you this, the width of that road and the cars that are parked all over the place is just unbelievable. I have family who live in Netherthong, which they've never even gone to live there because of, over the last few years, it's been build, and build. And let's be fair, the people are the builders who were responsible thought they were responsible for building these properties. They moved in months ago and literally kicked that wall down. It was disgusting the way that lot carried on. Barbarism didn't come into it. So I'm just hoping that the fact I don't sit on a planning committee now, that you listen to what local people have had to say. I'm a local person. My family were born and bred in the valley. We've been in Home Valley over 200 years, living in the same area. So, you know, I do know a little bit about it, and I am disgusted the way it's been overbuilt in Netherthong. There's Dean Road, that's barely wide enough for two-way traffic. Giles Street, you can get a car down. School Street, you can get a car down. Thong Lane, parts of Thong Lane, you have to pull into the side of the road to let somebody through. It's as simple as that. And we're talking about building another umpteen houses off Wesley Avenue. And I really do feel for the people who live on Wesley Avenue. They shouldn't have to put up with all this trouble. And we should get more sense out of the planning officers, because, in my opinion, Kirklees planners are out to destroy Home Valley South. And if they aren't, they're doing a damn good job of showing it. Thank you very much, Terry. I'll shut up now. Thank you.
Thank you. Jason McCartney.
Yeah, your next speaker is Jason McCartney, MP, Chair.
After 2.5, I'll give you a warning. You've only 30 seconds left. So don't go beyond that, because you'll just be cut off if you do. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Chairman, and thank you to all the councillors on the committee. Over the last half an hour or so, you have heard some very well thought out logical and legal planning reasons to reject this unsuitable and unsustainable planning application. You've heard first-hand experience from residents who have lived in Netherthong for decades. You've heard how the site should never have been put in the local plan in the first place, with the site having been found unsuitable for housing 40 years ago. You've heard about how the road infrastructure was unsuitable decades ago and is even more so now, with more housing and more cars clogging up this already busy community. You've hopefully seen some of the photos from the residents showing the tight, narrow rural roads, the flooding and the poor access. You've also heard how the narrow Wesley Avenue is unsuitable for access for these new houses. How Netherthong is a congested cut through with overdevelopment in Melton, and Chairman, you know all about that. And you've also heard about the flooding and poor drainage, and you've heard about Yorkshire Water not giving access to drainage pipes. You've also heard how this application is not compatible with Kirklees Council's declaration of a climate emergency. Committee, thank you for your time. Thank you for listening to these caring and well-informed residents, and they have given you more than enough planning reasons to reject this unsuitable and unsustainable application. Thank you all.
Thank you, Jason.
Your next speaker, Chair, is Alistair Flatman.
Final speaker. reiterate what you've just been told. 3 minutes you're allowed, but after 2.5 minutes, I'll give you the warning, you've 30 seconds. Should you go beyond that, you will be cut off. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Carry on.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Chair and members of Planning Committee. My name is Alistair Flatman and I act as the planning consultant for this application. Given the comprehensive nature of the report before you and the positive recommendation, I do not propose saying too much this afternoon. However, I am mindful of the concerns raised by residents and as such would like to reiterate a number of key points. This is an allocated housing site in your local plan, and as such the principle of the proposal is acceptable. The site is deliverable as confirmed in your officer's report and is important in ensuring the council maintain their housing land supply. The application is submitted in outline only with means of access to be considered. We have demonstrated that a safe means of access can be achieved from Wesley Avenue and that the number of houses proposed will not give rise to any safety or capacity issues. It is noted there is no objection to the proposal from your highways officers. The layout submitted is indicative with detailed design and layouts to be agreed at reserve matters. We have shown, however, that a mix of houses, including bungalows, can be developed on the site together with an area of open space as required by the allocation and your heritage, biodiversity and landscape officers. We have also taken into account tree canopy areas and the need to respect space about dwellings, especially where future housing would be next to existing bungalows. As well as the indicative layouts, we have prepared a parameter plan which addresses these points and will form the basis of future reserve matters applications. Drainage for the site has also been raised as an issue. This matter has been comprehensively addressed by the applicant with reports and surveys undertaken to demonstrate the site can be properly drained. This has included a detailed survey of Dean Brook to demonstrate it is capable of accepting surface water from the site. We have also shown there are 3 possible routes from the site to reach the brook, one of which would involve a route along Mary Lane. These are all viable options and will be explored further at reserved matters and in accordance with the proposed drainage conditions. Again, it is noted there are no objections from the Environment Agency, Yorkshire Water or your drainage engineers. Finally, with regard to suggested contributions for affordable housing, sustainable travel and open space, these are all acceptable and we will prepare the required legal agreement accordingly. In summary, the proposed residential development on this allocated housing site is acceptable in principle and all technical matters, in particular those relating to flood risk, drainage and highways, have all been satisfactorily addressed. There are no outstanding objections from consultees or council officers. As such, we welcome the positive reports before you and respectfully request you support your officer's recommendation to approve subject to legal agreement. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. Before I hand over to members, I would just have a note past me. Legal suggests you should apologise on behalf of Councillor Firth for some of the language he used. Thank you. Right, members.
Chair, can I just come in?
Certainly, yes.
Thank you, Chair. So I think before we move to members, can I just invite some of our officers back in? So I'd like to invite Deborah from our legal officer. She'll provide some clarification on some of those sort of legal points raised in there. And then we'll invite Jamie Turner in, who's one of our Highways Development Management officers. And then we'll invite Kate Mansell back in, who is the case officer for the application. Thank you, Chair.
Yes. Right. If you just hold members until we hear from our officers.
Shall I go first, Chair?
Yes.
Hello, members. It's Deborah Wilkes, legal officer. Can I just address the 2 legal points which have been raised by speakers and Councillor Patrick in respect of one? First of all, Councillor Patrick and various other speakers raised the issue of land ownership and a right of way into the site. The council is aware of the claim by the owners of 11 and 12 on Wesley Avenue that the strip of grassed land between the highway and the boundary wall of the application is owned by them rather than being highway. However, land registry ownership register does not support this claim, and it is the council's position at this time that it is highway verge. Consequently, this is not a matter to preclude the determination of this application and generally, land ownership is a matter of civil law rather than planning law. Consequently, it is not a material consideration in the determination of a planning application, and ownership disputes do not preclude a planning application being determined. That's set out at paragraph 10.81 of the officer report. The second point I'd like to address, which was raised by the first speaker and also later Mr. MacLeod, was the issue of precedent and planning policy and planning law. I think there is, well, I don't think there is a misconception about planning law. Those speakers referred to precedent, and that precedent still stands until quashed by a higher decision or a subsequent decision. That is not the case. They referred to specifically to the 1980 planning appeal decision, and whilst a previous appeal decision is capable of being a material consideration, it is over 40 years old. There has been a material change in circumstances, and although these previous decisions are a material consideration, the council considers that they do not attract any weight in the current decision-making process. What is a material planning consideration is a legal matter. The weight to be given to them is for the decision makers, and that's how the council approaches this application and those previous decisions. Also, if you that information is set out at paragraph 4.3 of your officer report. Other decisions in the Netherthong region are also set out later in the report at 4.4. Yes, just 4.4. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, Julie.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So now if we can invite Jamie Turner in, he's our Highways Development Management Officer. Thank you.
Thanks through you, Chair. It's Jamie Turner, Highways Development Management. I think we've quite a number of points raised by the speakers. Try and go through them sort of bit by bit. I think the first thing to say is we realise that the existing roads around Netherthong, I think we're all aware what they're like, and certainly not here to suggest that they're up to the modern standards, but they won't change. And as Highways Development Management officers, all we can do is consider whether the impact of this development is severe enough to recommend refusal on highway grounds. In this instance, we don't feel it is, because, well, the number of movements is one. As an example, yeah, to go back and say the tricks data that was submitted that's not what's been considered by officers. It was the more robust trip generation of 0.7 movements per dwelling that equated to the 25 journeys per peak hour, and that's what comes back as having one vehicle movement per 2.4 minutes, I think it was. To tie that down a bit further, that's 15 departures in a morning peak and 10 arrivals in a morning peak, so it's one departure every 4 minutes and one arrival every 6 minutes. And again, we've got to look at that and say, is that severe enough to say no, we should refuse on highways grounds this development? Again, 25 movements per hour seems low if people are thinking that's in a peak hour, which is an a peak hour, but also we always suggest that there are 2 morning peak and 2 evening peak hours, so it's 50 movements over 2 hours rather than the 25. In terms of road width, Wesley Avenue, again, if it was a new build with the junction direct onto Dean Avenue, as set out in the highway design guide, we'd ask for it to be 5.5 metres wide with 2 metre footways. The new development, the indicative plan shows that once you get into the new site, but there's nothing that can change on Wesley Avenue itself. It is 4.9 metres wide. The draft guide, before it was fully adopted, accepted road widths down to 4.8 metres for this size development, but this was removed as a recommendation. Is now only considered in exceptional circumstances. This may be one of those exceptional circumstances, and the reason that why we previously had a 4.8 metre width suggested is that that's what's shown in manual for streets as for allowing two-way traffic to flow. I don't think there was anything else raised, but clearly if members have picked something up that I've missed or want to ask a specific question, I'll still be here to answer further queries. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So I've just the final officer to bring in prior to members. I'd just like to bring Kate Mansell back in, who is the case officer. Thanks, Kate.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, just coming back on a few points. I think on drainage, I think that is addressed in the report. Neither the EA, Yorkshire Water, nor the lead local flood authority have objected to this application subject to conditions. It's accepted that surface water would need to discharge to a watercourse, and the closest is Dean Brook. This would be undertaken via sort of pipe surface water sewer, and there are options available to avoid the protected trees, but full details of drainage will be required by condition to address this point. I think it's worth noting the rate of surface water discharge would represent a betterment on the existing greenfield runoff rate. In terms of the preferred development of brownfield land, this is also addressed in the report, and I think it's relevant to note that neither national or local policy precludes the development of greenfield land. This is an allocated site that has been considered through the local plan process. In terms of climate change, this is an outline application for means of access into the site only, so we've got limited information available at this time, but there is a condition proposed to require details of measures to promote carbon reduction and also to enhance resilience to climate change at the reserve matter stage. There's also an ecological condition to require updated ecological impact assessment at the reserve matter stage, and also a requirement for biodiversity net gain. I think the final thing to say is obviously the report does accept that this is a village location and we can't change the nature of the means of access into the site. This point was considered by the planning inspector in the case at land off St Mary's Avenue in 2014. Some of you may remember it was an outline scheme for residential development that's refused by the committee, but it was subsequently allowed by the inspector. In coming to her decision, she noted that Netherthong has a traditional pattern of narrow and steep lanes, which she recorded as typical of many villages in the locality. She took that into account, but because of the position of the development, which was adjacent to the built edge of the village, and also the limited number of additional vehicles, which was about 25 two-way peak hour movements, she concluded that the proposal would not be detrimental to highway safety in the village. And this level of traffic generation is comparable to this site. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We're finished now. Yeah. Members. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Chair. I have many problems with this application. From the access point of view, I honestly can't believe. I find it hard to see how they can justify Wesley Avenue and the surrounding roads as being suitable to accommodate this additional development. The roads are narrow. There's nowhere for people to park, so they park on the street. It's not at the moment a two-way road, and no alterations are going to be made that will make it a two-way road and suitable for access with all the heavy plants, etc., which will need to be brought into the site and capable of coping with the additional traffic. I have issues around the environment and biodiversity. I know that the council's view is that no weight should be given to the previous appeal decision, but I honestly believe that the logic still prevails. And yes, circumstances have changed, but they've not changed in favour of an application. I'm very uncomfortable with this. Thank you.
Councillor Homewood.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I feel a similar way, to be honest. So I think firstly, in terms of Wesley Avenue and the width there, just listening to what the highways officer had to say, I was concerned because I think what we're saying is the 5.9 metres would be considered in exceptional circumstances. Yeah, as was just said, we specifically changed that from 4.8 to 5.5, presumably because we didn't think something at 4.9 was appropriate. So I would have thought special circumstances that would allow us to look at something of a smaller width would be where actually there was off-road parking, where the road was quiet, etc. But what we're saying here is there's additional constraints. parked cars because there isn't sufficient off-road parking on the street. So that to me feels like an additional constraint, not a circumstance to ease the problem on the width. In terms of the way that we look at the road movements as well, it just concerns me because we haven't been obviously to Netherthong today, but on the planning committee we've been a number of times before, and even during the day when presumably it's less busy than it would be at peak times. I mean, it's a nightmare. You can't get through. There's cars all over the place. There's people trying to walk down the roads with no footpaths. It is really, it was noticeable just how difficult that was. And it seems we're sort of saying each time we add another 20 or 30 houses, oh, it's only a small impact. But as in a number of ones, I don't see the overarching kind of assessment more widely of the impact of all these smaller developments and the developments we've currently got ongoing. And we made a reference to a case finding in relation, went to appeal, which I accept, but that was, are we really saying that if she, on balance, the inspector thought 25 was appropriate there, does that mean another 37 or 33 is appropriate? I'm struggling with that one a little bit. And so, yeah, I would have thought that if we were going to approve something like this, I would want to see a plan that actually shows how the road network can sustain that, the sustainable travel plan, so how it is actually safe for people to be walking in that village. And I can't say that we've got that, and I think the comments that were provided seem to suggest that we accept that because of the nature of the village and its layout currently, there's not a lot we can actually do to improve that for additional travel, pavements, etc. So I'm struggling to see really how the circumstances from a highways perspective are met. So that's my concern, but happy to listen to what other members have to say.
Councillor Sokol.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Chair, are you okay? Can you hear me?
Yes, can hear you loud and clear.
All right, okay, then that's fine. Yeah, quite few speakers have mentioned about the ruling in 1980 or 1978, yeah? But some speakers do not realize the planning laws and the policy since 40 years ago have much changed now, yeah? It's not same, yeah? 30, 40 years ago, the residents were allowed to build extension in their back garden, yeah? Was the government allowed in the last few years, the people, the residents, if they have a big garden, they can build another house there, yeah? They never bother about the traffic on the narrow road or the wider road. Yeah. So, Mr. Chairman, this application is in front of us in their own merits. Yeah, we have to decide. We have to take a decision on there. Not 40 years ago, what we are talking. This site has been allocated for housing in the local plan. Yeah, I agree with some my members. Yeah, the road is a bit narrow on some places, not all the way. Yeah. What I agree with, I think as Councillor Homewood has said, we need to look into their highway, need to look into there either, or I'm not sure there is a double yellow line on the road or not. So I think highway should consider to put a double yellow line, if not all the length, but where some members have said there is a bit narrow road. So on that condition, I'm prepared to move the officer recommendation. Thank you.
Councillor Bill Armour.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I'd like to congratulate the speakers. They put forward very, very good cases. It's certainly not come across as NIMBYism. They've given good, solid planning grounds. And I congratulate them, they've done well. What does worry me? First of all, 1980, yes, it's 40 years ago. The only comment I'll make about that is cars are bigger now than they were in 1980. Especially if you live in a hilly area, you need a 4x4. So I'll just throw that one into the mix. The local plan, in my opinion, it is defective at times and does sometimes give the impression of having been a desktop exercise. We've seen problems with flooding in Murfield, and I think we can see problems with future problems with flooding on this site as well. Yes, we put weight on the local plan, but it's not always right, and we do need to bear that in mind. We need to look at individual applications, and this one does not convince me. Largely on the flooding concerns, narrow roads in the area. We've got pedestrians, we've got students going to and from school, and of course, were this to be allowed, we would have at least medium-term problems with construction traffic. There's usually pretty big wagons nowadays delivering bricks and concrete to building sites. I think it will be very, very dangerous. So all in all, I'm opposed to the officer recommendation, so I shall be voting against the proposal by Councillor Sokol. Thank you.
Councillor Donna Bellamy.
Thank you, Chair. I know this area really, really well. In fact, I used to represent it for the Valley Parish Council and a couple of years ago. I'm really concerned about this. To be honest, there's been so many houses built up there recently. I honestly don't think it can take any more. The roads are narrow, as you've heard. There's people that can't park on driveways due to the fact that they're too narrow. They're too steep. So they are having to park on the road. So I'm curious to know where Councillor Sokol thinks they can put double yellows, because that would make the situation even worse. Yet flooding and drainage are massive issues in that area as well. I think however you look at this, nobody's looking at, the community impact. There's been so many houses already built. There's so many, every time it comes through, it's a small development as such. We need to look at the bigger picture. I can't support this at all, to be honest. And I'm more than happy actually to move refusal on highways grounds, drainage, flooding. So I think that there's everything there, and there's certainly reasons to move refusal. And I'll leave it at that, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Paul Davies.
Thank you, Chair. I'm very much in line with Councillor Homewood's comments earlier on. I do have real concerns about this. We understand, this is allocated land in the local plan, and I think officers have answered, quite a number of the issues, but certainly I think the issue of access to me is of prime concern, and I'm not fully convinced on that aspect at this point. So in terms of the wider issues of the highways, yes, we know the problems in Netherthong. I live in schools not that far away, so I know the village well. And that is also obviously an issue as such. There is a cumulative effect with developments, but I do believe there is a significant issue with the access to this site. And that is giving me concerns very much like Councillor Homewood at this point.
Thank you. Councillor Lee Richards.
Thank you. Well, a lot of what I wanted to say has already been said by other councillors, so I just wanted to agree. I have serious concerns about the traffic impact and the cumulative impact of these developments, and that the other options for travel are not easy in some of the surrounding villages. People are not going to walk with their shopping uphill back to their homes. So I think I would agree with other councillors about moving to refuse this. Thank you.
Councillor Kirklees.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, firstly, to all the speakers. I thought they did a really good job, and everyone else on the committee. Where do you start? I think there are some concerns, and James said quite rightly, you know, when we go on a site visit, you can see those difficulties firsthand, certainly around movements and around turning corners and things like that. There are issues around that, around the highways. The movements of the traffic, you know, I don't read too much into that. It makes it sounds like Walton Village or something like that, when there is a lot more movements than that. I'm just thinking, Chair, would it be completely remiss of me to ask if this is deferred until some of the points that they've raised, that members have raised around highways, the climate change, drainage, everything else? Because if we look on the report, everything is really indicative. And I know it's an outline application, but I think that something may be warranted there, maybe not on the scale that it is now. And there's definitely issues around the pavement and pedestrian safety there. There definitely is. Thank you.
Just to quickly answer that, Jacob, I just wondered if that sort of matter would be taken up under reserved matters. But I'll let people carry on. Councillor McQueen.
He's on mute.
You're on mute. Minute.
Sorry, Chair. My mistake. Yes, I've been involved in several discussions with planners about planning matters in my particular ward, and which are very similar to this one. And the planning officer has got a problem because it's actually the land is allocated in the local plan. So there's a fundamental principle that yes, the building can go here, but it comes down to the planning application, and that's when residents can challenge the principle of building again. So the planners following the local plan, but the big problem I think you've got with this application is Neverfong has got an accumulation of building over the years, and I think that is not being taken into account sufficiently, and which will be pointed out in other applications in my particular ward. But I know that's not concerning this one, but it is the fact that there is more and more development going on roads which were not designed to take the amount of traffic that is now there. It's the accumulation that I'm worried about, and I think Councillor Homewood's made that point, and so's Councillor Ola. And I think I'm with Councillor Ola again. You'll be pleased to know, Councillor Ola, that I think we should have a look at maybe seeing are all the facts available to us, and seeing the problem about the width of pavements, whether we can solve that, and this entrance. I know that some things have been pointed out by some of the speakers about, particularly the entrance to the site, whether that's a legal issue and not a planning issue. I think I actually agree with that. That's not a planning issue. It's a legal issue that has to be taken up elsewhere. All we're looking at is a principle of development here. So I'm with Sheikh. We probably possibly have to look at. We ask for a delay on this to see whether all the questions are being answered. So I second Councillor Ola.
Sorry, Councillor, did he move?
I think he did, didn't he?
Yeah, I'm happy to move it.
You moved it. Well, that's
Can I withdraw my sport for what they call officer recommendation? Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Withdraw that. So it looks as though we've been steered towards shall we say, deferral.
Chair, could I come in and ask the planning officer to set out the precise reasons for a deferral?
Yeah.
Yes, you can. I was just going to say that I have a fear here, and it's a big concern. Is that we turned down the one at Netherthorne previously, and it went to appeal. They won the appeal, and it cost the council a lot of money. And this, with it already being in the local plan, I would see it going the same way. But if we can make it better, let's make it better. Sure, certainly. There's plenty of room to make it better. I quite agree. Right, I'll let the officer come in.
Thank you, Chair. So it's Julia Steadman, the Development Management Group Leader. So yes, let's say in terms of the main concern, it's relating to the highway safety side of things. So as you've just summed up yourself, it is a housing allocation on the local plan. So in terms of the principle, that to a degree that is established there because it is a housing allocation. With the point of access now you're being asked to consider. As you can see in the report at paragraph 10.10, the National Planning Policy Framework, it sets out that development should only be prevented or refused on highway grounds if there would be an unacceptable impact on highway safety or the residual cumulative impacts on the road network would be severe. So what we've heard this afternoon is that in the last sort of part of the debate is that request to defer the application, which has been moved and seconded. What we could look at is make contact with our highway safety colleagues to carry out that full assessment there on the highway network, along with traffic counts, which might help to, and we can bring that back to members as an updated report with that further information in. So that's our recommendation to you in terms of that reason for deferral. Does that make?
Right. So it's that's the first, shall we say, voting proposition that's been put to me with regard to deferral. So I think I'd like to test members now because we do seem to be going all over otherwise. We've got people who wish to speak now. Right. We'll start with who's the first now?
Councillor Smith.
Councillor Smith is first, right. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Chair. Just because we can doesn't always mean we should. And, you know, I know this is in the local plan, but it seems like a bad decision from that point on. And I don't see what a deferral is going to achieve. And I would like a straight vote to approve or reject officers' recommendations. Thank you.
Can I just remind Councillor Smith that was put to me first, and I am bound to do that. Whether you vote against it or not is entirely up to yourself.
Chair, we can. I think there's a mover and a seconder for refusal. So I think if we're going to go to the vote, we need a reason for refusal. And according to Councillor Bellamy, she wanted to propose 3 matters. She said highways, drainage, and flooding. That's what she's suggesting. That those are her reasons, and members can discuss those when we do come to set down the precise reasons for a vote to refuse. But I think I'll stop talking now and let members debate that.
Well, could I put that back to you then, Deborah, that the fact that the deferral was actually moved and seconded first. And so
yeah, we can do that. We can certainly do that. Yes, if that's your decision, there's nothing wrong with that. We've got a mover, a seconder, and a reason for deferral and precise.
Down, then I'll put Councillor Bellamy's proposition.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Right. All those in favour of deferral, please show.
Sorry, Chair.
Sorry, you do it the other way. We're back to the virtual fashion, certainly.
Right. So what you're voting on is deferral of the application for information to be brought back, as Julia explained, in terms of the highway safety audit and traffic counts. Councillor Armour.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'm told that I have to actually speak to second Councillor Bellamy, so I'm happy to second Councillor Bellamy now.
Right, we're taking a vote now, Councillor Armour, on whether to defer the application. Do you want to vote for, against or abstain?
I'll abstain on that, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bellamy.
Against.
Councillor Davies.
For.
Councillor Homewood.
Well, I have to say against because I didn't get the chance to speak to say that I didn't think what you proposed as part of the deferral was really sufficient for the deferral, but so I have to say against.
Well, if you, Councillor Homewood, sorry, you suggested further information was necessary. What further information do you need?
Well, I was just going to say that we've got two problems. We've got one around access to the site, so we need to we need to be provided with an understanding of why the special reasons that the width the width being not met is acceptable, because that isn't in the report. It just says it is. It doesn't actually explain why. And I think just measuring the amount of traffic, etc., isn't really telling us anything. We need to see a plan that says this is how we can improve the network to make it more suitable. If that was what we were taking away, then I would be happy to support the deferral. If it's just to measure how many cars are going past, I don't think that's really going to tell us anything.
Well, I think that's sensible, because if we're going to defer for further information to enable members to take an informed decision, I don't see why we can't add that to the reasons for the deferral, the parameters of the report for the deferral. Do you agree, Chair?
Yes.
If that's the case, then I'll change my vote to.
In that case, I think I should start the vote again, because it's changed slightly since we started. So I'll go through again on that basis, Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Sheila. Yes, amend it to cover that point as well. We're going to go back and look at the reasons which we considered as acceptable.
Yeah. Okay. Councillor Armour.
Yeah, I'm against deferral.
Against. Councillor Bellamy.
Against.
Councillor Davies.
For. Yep. For.
Councillor Homewood.
For.
Councillor Marchington.
Against.
Councillor McGuinn.
For.
Councillor Sarwar.
For.
Councillor Smith.
Against.
Councillor Sakal.
For.
Councillor Ulla.
For, on the basis of the concerns that James and Donna and Bill and Anthony raised, because it just felt as if a couple of reasons were given, but the full valid reasons of what they're meant to be checking and coming back with wasn't provided. I am for, though.
You're voting on the basis of what Julia said about the highway safety audit, traffic counts, and what Councillor Homewood also added in about access to the site and a plan for improvements to the highway network.
Yeah, and Councillor Anthony Smith and Donna Bellamy also mentioned about something about pavements, if I recall. I don't think Julia has elaborated on.
Sorry, Councillor, I think that will come in. That will come. Pavements will come in within the full highways safety considerations.
Okay. So
is there anything else?
Councillor Lee Richards.
Against.
And Councillor Lyons.
For.
For, sorry, yeah. That's 7 votes for, 5 against, so that's carried.
Thank you.
That item's deferred.
Right, we move on then now to Redditshire Farm, page 89.
Do you want to take a break?
Redditshire Road,
Do
Marsden.
you want to take a break?
Are we going to have a break? Do you feel we need a break then for 10, 15 minutes?
Yeah. Can
Thank
we
you
have
very
a
much.
5-minute break? Yeah.
Yes.
What time are we coming back?
What time is it now? 3:30. It's 3:15 now. 3:30.
Yeah.
3:30.
Okay. Yes,
If you can just wait until the stream is cut, thank you.
Right, item 9, page 89, and it's the Reddish Farm, Reddish Road, Marsden.
It's Stuart Howden.
Stuart Howden, are you going to?
Yes, do you want me to? So thank you, Chair. So the presenting officer for this next application is Stuart Howden. Thank you, Stuart.
Yeah, that's usually done for.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Brilliant. My name is Stuart Howden. I'm a planner and I'll be presenting the remaining items to members today. The application seeks planning permission for the erection of a detached dwelling at Reddisher Farm, Marsden. The works have commenced under a previous permission, but the works have not followed the approved plans, and this application proposes an amended scheme. The application has been brought to committee at the request of Councillor Walker, who has concerns with the scale of the works at the site and its impact on the green belt. The site is outlined in red on the plan before members and is located to the west of the main built-up area of Marsden. The site is in an elevated position above Reddisher Road. Here, the site is located within the green belt with the main Huddersfield to Manchester train line to the south of the site, along with a canal. Here, there's the train line and there's the canal. The following are some photographs of the site. As previously stated, work has commenced on site, but the dwelling seen in these photographs is larger than now proposed. These photographs show the dwelling from the east and the west. The left photo here displays the dwelling further to the east, showing it setting the local into the local landscape, and the right is taken from across the valley to the south of the site here. The proposal is for a detached dwelling set to the east of Reddisher Farm. The dwelling would be a single storey with a garage space provided within the subterranean element. Living accommodation would also be provided within the roof space. As can be seen from the plan, access would be shared with Reddisher Farm, which would adjoin Reddisher Road. Here. The dwelling would be constructed from natural stone with areas of glazing and lower ground floor double garage under a roof covered in artificial stone slates. In terms of background, it's important to note that the application site previously housed a stable block, and permission was granted in 2019 for the redevelopment of the site. Stable buildings are considered to represent brownfield sites within the Greenbelt, for which their redevelopment can be permitted provided there is no greater impact upon the openness of the Greenbelt. The following are some photographs of how the site appeared when the original stable block was in place and before work started. These photos are taken from the north and east, showing the scale of the building which originally occupied the site. These photographs here show the former access and the internal picture showing the stable in use. Members have a full detailed report in front of them. However, the key consideration with this application is whether the scheme now proposed has a greater impact upon the openness of the Greenbelt than the building which previously occupied the site. It is also important to consider the scheme which previously gains permission, as this is a material consideration. To aid this, a comparison, the approved scheme and the scheme now proposed are displayed on the screen. So with the current application on the top and the approved scheme on the bottom. As can be seen, the two dwellings have a similar overall appearance, with the main difference being an increase in overall height by 0.6 metre and an increase in the eaves height by 0.2 metre, which has led to an overall increase in volume of 24 cubic metres. The slight increase in scale of the dwelling is, on balance, considered to be no more harmful to the openness of the Greenbelt. The access arrangements and the extent of curtilage remain the same as previously approved. The proposal would not impact on the amenity of surrounding properties. Works which have taken place in the local landscape would also be remediated, and a detailed landscape plan would be secured by condition. In light of the above, the application is on balance recommended for approval, subject to the conditions set out within the report. Nothing further to add. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Speakers?
Yeah. Your first speaker is Tom Lonsdale.
Hello, Tom. Yes, I'm pretty keen on this 3 minutes, so much so that I give you a 30-minute warning at 2 minutes 30 seconds. And you must finish by then. If you're not, I'm afraid we'll have to cut you off. Thank you.
Understand? Okay. Ready to go, yeah?
Yes.
Fine. I'm a chartered landscape architect, chair of the Yorkshire Design Review Panel and chair of Marsden Community Trust. My own farm is very close to the site and engaged in higher level stewardship. I've objected consistently to all development applications on this site owing to unavoidable impacts on openness and character of this highly sensitive rural landscape west of the village boundary. The former agricultural building that this house replaces was erected without first applying for consent in an elevated position out of character with the surroundings. Applications for its replacement with residential development were predictable, and consent for the 3-bedroom bungalow was eventually secured despite objections. At this point, Kirklees took its eye off the ball and failed to detect construction deviating fundamentally and intentionally from that approved. Increased volume of accommodation was cleverly disguised by digging much deeper into the ground, and chaotic tipping has caused permanent damage in agricultural and amenity value, leading to Natural England serving enforcement order under the Weeds Act. The updated scheme now before committee is only slightly changed from that submitted in June. It still closely reflects what has been constructed, but differs considerably from the approval. The report states that the changes negotiated are sufficient to overcome objections received. That is a subjective view with which I disagree. Impact on openness and character is described as no greater than the former stable block, which is untrue. The stable block had a very low profile, shallow gradient roof and generated no light pollution, whereas this house has a steep and prominent roof and extensive windows orientated towards the most sensitive viewpoints across the valley. I believe the extent of construction already complete has put officers under unreasonable pressure to be lenient and understates the sensitivity of this area of landscape visible from 2 conservation areas. This is a blatant case of intentional unauthorised development, and the developer's gain is 2 additional bedrooms and an approximate doubling of basement accommodation. The council must think carefully about the precedent this sets and the example given to others.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Chair, is Elaine Thompson.
Hello, Elaine. Just a reminder that that 3 minutes is it's precise. I'll give you a 30-second warning after 2.5 minutes, and then you will be cut off if you try to go beyond 3 minutes. You may not want to go beyond 2 minutes. Thank you.
Okay. We'll start now?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. 26 resident objections to this build have been made with regard to it dominating the landscape and the blatant breach of planning consent. These objections were raised after the event, as residents weren't actually informed of the application. Historically, the stables removed to make way for this building were erected without planning permission, as Thomas just said, because I've heard him, and they received a retrospective consent subject to being totally screened by trees. Since then, the trees have disappeared and also the dry stone wall in front. The low-rise stable, which was in use for ponies until the application, had much less of an impact on the green belt than the present building. Justification in their heritage statement to the single-story proposals were to accommodate the owner's parents. The huge building that now stands with its extended roof trusses to accommodate an extra floor, bedrooms, bathrooms, at the top of a very steep drive seems unsuitable for ageing parents. The amendment offers a weak and questionable explanation for adding an extra floor without planning consent. The amended plans show no discernible change in the size, bulk of the structure and its intrusive impact on the landscape. As there is no possibility of hiding this roof from the surrounding vistas, the large glass area in the roof of the upstairs accommodation, not on accepted plans, will cause considerable light pollution in our rural aspect on darker days. The application states that it cannot be seen from anywhere in the locality. On the amended application, there are photographs of that build so far, but not showing the photographs that dominate the visual impact of this building from the A62, our countryside walks and moorland trails. Such photos have been submitted by residents. It is these views of Marsden's natural beauty that bring in walkers and tourists into the area. The design of the house is incongruent with the locality, as is the proposal for a wooden fence in front, which will be an prominent and inappropriate feature as opposed to the rebuilding of the dry stone wall. In 2017, a planning application was withdrawn after planning officers said the plans had an impact on the greenbelt. So in what ways is this application different? Not a lot. The arrival of clearly oversized roof trusses at the end of May prompted residents to inform the enforcement team,
30 seconds.
hoping that there would be enforcement as the building was not too advanced. From the owner's actions, it's clear they intended right from the start to build what they wanted, deviating from accepted plans. If this is passed, it will open the floodgates for anyone with a shed in the greenbelt and financial backing to erect just what they want. I ask you, please, that this application be refused. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Next speaker,
Councillor Rob.
Councillor Walker.
Yeah. Hello, Rob. Do you want to start?
Hi, Terry.
Yes, you know the score. You've got 5 minutes. But if you go beyond 4.5, I'll give you a reminder at 4.5.
I aim to be brief. Yes, thank you, Terry. I asked for this application to be brought to the committee because of the breach of planning control following the original approval of a scheme to construct a house at Redishire Farm in 2019. This has caused much concern in Marsden and beyond. The site is highly prominent in a greenbelt area of high landscape and heritage value. The work has already been carried out in breach of consent, and it can be seen very clearly from many of the key areas within Marsden. It's especially visible from the southwestern opposite slope of the Combe Valley. So if you're travelling along something like the A62, this development is very, very prominent within the landscape. And it can even be seen from the paths and roads in the lower part of the Wessendon Valley. The key issue for the committee is to decide whether the retrospective planning proposal put before you will actually mitigate the negative impact of the unapproved development. The major concerns have already been set out, but I'll just go through them again. It's about the height and mass of the building and its impact on the green belt. It's about the extent extensive engineering work that's already led to significant changes to the hillside. And you'll have seen that in the photographs that you saw in the display from the officer. Looks like a mini quarry from the other side of the valley. Tom referred to the damage caused to agricultural land by the deposition of materials from this excavation activity. Why that has happened is very difficult to work out, but rock and soil has been tipped over a field which has usually been used for grazing livestock. And also the concerns about the quality of the proposed mitigating landscaping around the site, which is intended to soften the visual impact of the development, but actually appears to be completely out of keeping and unsympathetic in terms of the development of the site. So those really are the key issues which I feel that councillors need to think about when they make their decision. I hope that they will decide that this mitigation is not sufficient. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Rob.
Yeah, our next speaker, Chair, is Martin Latham.
Just to repeat, 3 minutes is the deadline, but I'll give you a warning if you go on that time beyond 2.5 minutes for 30 seconds. Thank you. Carry on.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Right.
Yeah. I just wanted to give you my reasons on why we have built what we have. Once we started digging the foundations, it soon became evident that the land we were excavating was actually part of the old landfill from this construction of the railway line below. The structural engineer advised us to dig down further until we hit some solid ground, and also said we would need to dig back into the hillside as there was a serious risk of the land slipping down, which would make it dangerous for the people working on site. We also made the decision to put the spoil onto our field, as a good amount of this would be needed to backfill around the new property and the embankment. We appreciate that once the excavations were complete, we had made an impact on the land, but our intention all along was to bring the soil back down and return the embankment in the field as best as we can to how it was before. We have already done most of this work, seeded the field and the embankment. We were under the opinion that from a meeting we had with Teresa Harlow and Neil Bearcroft, that it didn't matter how far down we dug, so long as we did not build above the agreed height. Having had to dig down a further 600 millimetres, we looked at the drawings and assumed that so long as we didn't go above the agreed height, it would be nice to make use of the space in the roof. The building regs were sent to building control with the changes made to the roof. And again, we thought as these were passed that everything was okay to continue, as we assumed they would have been compared with the actual agreed plans. In March, we got seriously distracted from the building as our new home as COVID-19 hit the country. We run a box-making factory employing 40 people just outside Meltham. As our industry is deemed part of the necessary supply chain, we're one of the lucky few that were expected to carry on working throughout the lockdown. As you can imagine, trying to reorganise our factory and take all the necessary steps to keep everyone safe, along with not only some of our customers but suppliers having to close, things became quite fraught. The next thing we knew was that there had been a complaint made about the size of the building, and we were told to stop work immediately whilst it was investigated. We did this and have been trying to work with Neil and the planning department to try and find a way of utilising some of the roof space, as even what we have built, contrary to a lot of the complaints, is lower and narrower than that which was approved. I can only apologise for our ignorance of the proper procedures and say that it was never our intention to build something we should not have done. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
And
Nick Willock.
Your last speaker, yeah, Nick Willock.
Hello, Nick. You know the score. 3 minutes, 2.5 minutes. I'll give you 30. You'll get 30 seconds warning, and then I don't believe you will go past it. But if you do, we'll cut you off at 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Nick Willock, Planning Consultant. I'm satisfied that Mr Latham has not set out to intentionally break planning rules, as has been alluded to by some of the objectors. A series of decisions were made which resulted in errors and misunderstandings. Their eye was taken off the ball due to additional work at the factory to do with the coronavirus outbreak, and regrettably mistakes were made. Nevertheless, Mr Latham stopped work immediately and has fully cooperated with officers ever since. He accepts these errors and has apologised to you in person today. There's an officer's report in front of you that supports the granted permission. The officers consider that, given the volume of the proposal in front of you, and bear in mind the photographs you've seen is not what you are granting permission for today, or sorry, making a decision on today. That's the scheme that is not going to be allowed. The roof is going to have to come off. The roof pitch is going to be made shallower, and therefore the scheme in front of you today is not materially greater in terms of impact on greenbelt and visual amenity than the scheme that got permission last year. So that's important to say, because this has already had permission. Okay, it wasn't built in accordance with that permission, but the amended scheme in front of you today has been determined not to have any greater impact on greenbelt. The quarry face, that was unfortunate. The reasons have been given. That has now been fully restored. It will be it has already been reseeded, and it will be landscaped further. The field above the house did temporarily take material, but again, that has been mostly taken off now. That will be restored as well. And a landscape scheme has been submitted to the planning officers, and that has been accepted by way of mitigation of some of the visual impacts. The dry stone wall in front of the property, that can be restored if members want that to be restored. There is no problem with that. We're happy to do that if members would like to. Thank you.
Thank you. Nobody else? No. Members? Oh, well, I've lost the screen.
Right, Councillor Smith.
Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'm glad we got that clarification that you know, the pictures don't reflect the plants in front of us. I'm generally supportive of this application, given that it's not that much different to the volume of the original. I would, however, dearly love to see that dry stone wall reintroduced and make that condition. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got a blank screen again.
Councillor Bellamy.
Councillor Bellamy.
Thank you, Chair. Obviously, this is in sort of my ward, so I have seen it. In fact, you could more or less say I've probably been on a site visit and actually drove down Manchester Road the other day and noticed it. What I'm interested to know that is, as has been said, that actually this will be lower and narrower than what was originally passed. So, that to me seems a good thing, because it won't, obviously, it can't have as much impact on the greenbelt if that is the case. I also agree with Councillor Smith. It would be nice to get that dry stone wall back rather than a fence. I think that would have less of an impact. To be honest, as has been said, that this, there is already for it to be changed into a dwelling, that was passed quite a while since. The only other thing I've got, is the landscaping. It would be nice to see what what the plan is and to make sure that, you know, the landscaping goes back to how it was. I did see the works when they were happening, and I must admit it looks better now than what it did at that time. So, you know, if it is lower and it is slightly narrower, I don't particularly see it being any further impact on the green belt. And I'm more than happy actually to support officers' decision on this. So I'll move officers' decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Homewood.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, slightly difficult one, just because I think when you're looking at the difference between the original application and this one, doesn't feel too significant. So I'm kind of inclined to agree with the decision put forward. Having said that, when you look at how, you know, you look at the visual amenity of this compared to what was there before, it does seem to me to be more prominent, and I don't know whether that's because of the landscaping and whether that will be ameliorated by the works that are carried out as part of that. But what I just wanted to check is a couple of comments were made during the comments made by members of the public. In terms of the previous planning permission in 1985 for the agricultural building, have we revisited what conditions were applied at that point? I know this is kind of relevant to the original application, but obviously there was talk about the fact that that was approved because there was tree coverage, etc. And I just wonder whether there was any other you know, whether there were other conditions around usage of that building for residential purposes and stuff, and whether we've checked that. I know it's going back to 1985, but I just wasn't sure whether that was part of the considerations we made in the original application.
Through you, Chair, if you want me to
Yes,
come back
certainly.
on that. Unfortunately, we've not got that information to hand, given the length of time since that application was previously determined. I think the other thing as well is sort of since that time, it's set out in the report, the use of the building did change as well, from the sort of the agricultural, the erection of the barn for agricultural purposes. It then came into use as a like a stable block instead. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Have we no further speakers? No? I think somebody moved this, didn't they? I don't know if it was seconded or not. Councillor Bellamy moved it and seconded. Is that for officer's recommendation?
Yes. With
Yes,
the
Chair, I'll
dry
second.
wall to be put back as well.
With the inclusion of the dry stone wall?
Indeed.
Yes.
Yes. All those in favour, please show.
I'm going to read the names out.
Oh, you're going to read it? Right. You want to read it out?
Yeah. Councillor Armour.
Yes, in favour.
Councillor Bellamy.
For.
Sorry, Chair. Julie's just.
Sorry, Chair. Just to clarify, in terms of the recommended conditions set out on page 103, condition 3 makes reference to the fence to the front of the building to be timber post and rail fence. But I think what members are suggesting is that's more of like a stone wall instead. So we'll look at the wording of the conditions there and amend that accordingly in line as I saying today about the dry stone walling. Thank you, Chair.
Right. I don't think that alters anything that we've voted on. No.
Councillor Bellamy for. Councillor Davies.
For.
Councillor Homewood.
Abstain.
Councillor Marchington.
For.
Councillor McGuinn.
For.
Councillor Sarwar. Councillor Sarwar.
I think he left the meeting.
Councillor Smith.
For.
Councillor Sokol.
He's saying up for it, though.
Councillor Sokol.
Yeah, I abstain. Thank you.
Councillor Uller.
Abstain.
Councillor Lee Richards.
Abstain.
Councillor Lyons.
Might as well go for. Makes no difference.
That's 7 votes for, so that's carried, Chair.
Thank you. Right. The next planning application is 402 Birkby Road, Birkby, page 105. 105. And we've got for that.
Thank you, Chair. Can I?
Sorry, can I just clarify, just for clarity, Councillor Smith has switched off his camera for this item and is not participating as a member of the subcommittee, but he will be speaking as a ward councillor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So this application seeks planning permission for the erection of a double garage, which is detached. The application has been brought to committee at the request of Councillor Burke, who has the concerns that the scheme would represent an overdevelopment of the site and that the structure would be visually assertive and dominate the street scene. The site is located off Birkby Road and forms a detached dwelling which has recently been extended in a reasonably large plot in a residential area. Access to the site is via a private driveway which leads from Birkby Road and serves a number of other properties. So this is here. To the west of the site is a church with other residential properties to the south. The following are some photographs of the site. These pictures are from Birkby Road looking towards the application site. So here from Birkby Road from the west and there from Birkby Road from the east. There are pictures here from within the site showing the proposed siting of the garage and also the position of the existing conifer hedge. The proposed garage would be located in the southeast corner of the site and would be constructed from stone with a flat roof. So here is the proposed siting of the garage. It would be accessed by the existing paved area to the front of the dwelling, which is here. It should be noted that the council are currently working on a scheme for highway improvements at the junction of Birkby Road and Halifax Road, which would potentially lead to the loss of some of the garden of the application site. The submitted layout plan has considered this and has shown the garage in relation to the reduced size garden. So this is the plan to the right here, and this is demonstrating the reduced garden area. Members have a full and detailed report in front of them. However, the key consideration with this application is the impact of the garage upon the character and appearance of the local area. It is noted that a scheme for a garage in this location with a pitched roof and larger footprint was refused in 2019 and then dismissed at appeal. However, the scheme now proposed is substantially smaller and has a reduced overall height. Furthermore, it is now proposed to set the garage down into the site by 0.6 metre as shown on the sectional drawings, which are here. The amended design, reducing the overall scale and footprint of the building, combined with its location away from the site boundary by 3.8 metres at the moment and 1.7 metres if the highway works are undertaken, are considered to be sufficient measures to ensure that the scheme has an acceptable impact on the character and appearance of the locality. Highway arrangements are considered to be acceptable and the scheme would not overbear or overshadow any neighbouring properties. The application is therefore recommended for approval, subject to the conditions set out within the report. Thank you.
Yes.
First speaker, Chair, is Christopher Harden.
Hello, Christopher. But the 3 minutes you've just been notified of, I'm very keen on that. And at 2.5 minutes, 2:30, I will give you a 30-second warning where your time is near completed. If you don't stop, I'm afraid I'm going to have to cut you off. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Chris Harden and I'm a neighbour. Many of you will be familiar with planning applications at 402 Birkby Road, but if not, in March 2018, plans were submitted for a double-storey extension, a single-storey extension, a garage conversion, a huge gateway with a sliding gate, and a detached garage, which was exactly where this one is proposed to be built. The two extensions have now been built following appeal, and the gate is solid and well over 2 metres high and has been in place for nearly a year without planning permission. The gate is so big that it would cover the entire width of Birkby Road. Following the original submission of plans, the applicant was told by officers that as long as the detached garage was included, they would be unlikely to meet approval. He removed the garage and plans for the two extensions came to committee, but were refused by yourselves against officer recommendation, although eventually allowed on appeal. Whilst this was being considered, officers recommended refusal for slightly amended plans, but then the single-storey extension was removed and the committee considered this acceptable. However, Councillor Hall, who supported officer recommendation to approve, did express concern about big houses getting bigger and bigger by using separate applications and asked if it could be recorded that for this property, enough is enough. Apparently not. So, with two extensions in place, the applicant then applied for planning permission for a detached garage in exactly the same spot right next to Birkby Road, which was refused by officers under delegated powers. This was the issue that concerned Councillor Hall. Basically, keep coming back with applications and one by one pick off extensions, garages, gates and conversions until you get what you want. The refusal notice stated that, by reason of its scale and position forward of the host property and adjacent to Birkby Road, and when combined with other extensions at the site, would represent an overdevelopment of the site that would be visually assertive and out of character with and harmful to the visual amenity of the local area. That's a lot of reasons. It went to appeal and the inspector agreed with these reasons, and although her report did not mention any view on overdevelopment, it said whilst the garage would not be disproportionate to the size of the plot, it would be very large with considerable bulk and would be situated at the southeastern corner of the site forward of the host property and would be visually harmful to the character and appearance of the street scene.
30 seconds.
Back. And officers have now decided that a garage in the same location is now acceptable because it's a bit smaller. Let's be clear about the size. It may well be smaller than was wanted, but at over 44 square metres is bigger than a standard double garage, and at 2.6 metres high is still a substantial building forward of the host property, sitting prominently above and visually harmful to the street scene on Birkby Road. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your next speaker, Chair, is Carol Harden.
Sorry, that was quite difficult to...
Hello?
Oh.
Hello? Can you hear us?
Yes, I can now.
Yeah.
Right, Carol, just to emphasise the fact, 3 minutes is the maximum. At 2.5 minutes, though, I'll give you a warning, 30 seconds left if you go that far, but you will be cut off if you try and go any further than 3 minutes. Thank you very much.
Hello. What are the issues? Overdevelopment, The officer's view was that the new garage is of limited scale and that it will not contribute to overdevelopment and is not detrimental to the character of the area or street scene. However, the report provides you with one side of the argument and not the full picture. Apparently, the appeal decision is a material consideration in the assessment to recommend approval. However, only 10 words from the appeal refusal decision are used, saying garage would be not disproportionate to the size of the plot. No mention is made of overdevelopment, but 3 times today's report uses this as a primary reason to approve. All the inspector said was that there was room to build, which is the case for many applications, but that doesn't make it right to build. 10 words from the inspector's report have been taken out of context and given considerable weight in reaching today's recommendation to approve. Our submissions, which concur with the inspector's view, have all but been ignored. Other issues. Design. The garage is described as a subservient outbuilding. It's not hidden away that the first building anybody would see as they go along the lane, whether or not they're going to 402, has been much smaller and a limited addition to the site and of limited scale. It's not a shed, it is a large double garage with a footprint only 1 square metre less than that of both the double and single storey extensions combined. Both officers and members thought these were too much for the plot. It has a flat roof with a rubber membrane. This does not match the main building and not in keeping in a prominent building at the head of the lane. Character and street scene. The garage is still in the same position as before, on the boundary forward of the building line. The appeal inspector observed the majority of dwellings along Birkby Road are stepped back from the highway and do not have structures adjacent to the highway. And she concluded, I therefore considered that the dismissal of the appeal is a proportionate and necessary response, having regard to the legitimate and well-established planning objective of protecting the character and appearance of an area. Boundary treatment. The committee report abrogates responsibility regarding any boundary treatment to conceal the garage. A hedge can't be conditioned and could be taken down and will be when the road development goes ahead. Then it's up to somebody else to decide what to do next. Family need. The report says the garage would enhance the existing occupier's use of the property. The inspector acknowledges this may be taken into account of in exceptional circumstances, but not in this case, saying personal circumstances rarely outweigh general planning considerations as the occupants can change, whereas the development would be permanent. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Sheila Harrison.
Thank you.
Hello, Sheila. Just to reiterate the fact that 3 minutes is the maximum time, but I will be giving you a reminder at 2 minutes 30 seconds with a 30-second reminder. You're free to carry on now. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm an objector. This application includes a design and access statement saying garage construction will be done in conjunction with the highway works. Any boundary distances quoted for prior to the works are therefore largely irrelevant or only temporary. The officer's report now refers to its position as off the site boundary. However, the previous refusal report in 2019 stated it will be within relative close proximity to Birkby Road. The garage position is unchanged, but the wording to describe it in the 2 reports has. The planning inspector's refusal stated, however, whether the CPO goes ahead or not, The proposal would result in a dominant domestic building sited adjacent to the highway, which does not reflect the character and appearance of the area. All heights in the officer's report are for its front face only. The 0.6 metre excavated ramp to the entrance sets its appearance down from 2.6 metres to 2. The ramp will have a steeper than 1 in 10 restricted length slope down, reducing the available entry height for many cars, or they will ground as they enter. The land slopes down to the rear garage wall facing Birkby Road and was originally 3.2 metres high. The excavations do not go as far back as the rear wall, so that will only reduce to 2.6 metres, not 2. As ground level is already 1.4 metres above the footpath level, it will give a finished height of 4 metres, a mere 1.7 metres away from Birkby Road. You are being recommended to approve this garage without knowing if it can ever be effectively screened from every aspect. This seems strange as the impact on the street scene of a 4 metre high building will be significant and difficult to screen in the narrow space. Screening such as at least a 2.6 metre high fence on top of the stone wall will be highly intrusive compared to the current tree-lined street scene. Previous boundary treatments were deemed not acceptable, with misleading massing images showing only one aspect. The fact that there is now no boundary treatment does not seem to cause a concern in the recommendation to approve. Please continue to refuse these applications. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Your next speaker, Chair, is Chris Harden on behalf of J. Taylor Hughes.
Yes. As before, Christopher, just the fact that the 3 minutes maximum, otherwise you'll be cut off, but you'll be given a warning at 30 seconds to go, 2.5 minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I live at the end of the lane furthest from Birkby Road, and I am the co-owner of the lane with Mr. and Mrs. Harrison. I'm sorry that I cannot talk to you myself, but the stress caused by the multiple applications over the last 2.5 years, as well as the false allegations against my husband and me, and the anxiety that every time we go down the lane that something else will happen, has taken its toll on my health. I'm so worried over yet another development taking place at 402, whether it was the initial renovations to the house, the 2 extensions, or the extensive block paving, and finally the installation of the massive fence and gate along the lane without planning permission. The lane, our lane, has been regularly blocked by goods vehicles, even cranes, and people waiting for someone to answer the gate bell at 402. Because some drivers are really rude, I've stopped speaking to them. Once I even left the car on Birkby Road because the lane was blocked and I had to walk my 82-year-old mother from our house the length of the lane and squeeze her past the delivery truck to take her to a medical appointment. If they don't block the lane, there have been contractors, cars, vans and trucks parked on Birkby Road obstructing the sight lines. We had to ask for a keep clear notice, but it only covers a metre either side of the end of the lane, so it wouldn't really stop the problem. But these are just my reasons for not wanting any more work at 402. William Simcock, who was the case officer for the initial stages of planning, advised the applicant to take the garage at the corner of the plot off his original plans, otherwise none of it would be passed. Neil Bearcroft, in his report refusing the garage in exactly the same location, said that together with the extensions already built, it was an overdevelopment of the property and that because of its position forward of the main house, it would be visually assertive and out of character and harmful to the visual amenity of the local area. The planning inspector agreed with this statement but said the garage would not be disproportionate to the size of the plot. It doesn't say anything about overdevelopment. You don't have to accept a planning application just because there is room to build it on the plot. You yourselves thought that the plot would be overdeveloped with 2 extensions, but 1 was acceptable. There may be room to build a garage, but that doesn't mean you have to approve it. The same officer is now saying it's not overdevelopment, although he thought it was previously, and in my view is misinterpreting 10 words from the inspector's report and ignoring everything else.
30 seconds.
It shouldn't be okay just because at the moment it will be partially hidden behind the hedge. The hedge isn't big enough to hide it completely, and even if it was, it could be taken down at any time. If you approve this today, you are effectively approving a future application for a huge ugly fence which would ruin the character of Birkby Road, just to hide a badly designed flat roof garage that didn't need to be there in the first place. Please do the right thing today and refuse this application. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Councillor Smith.
Yeah. Next speaker is Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, you know the score, Anthony. You're 5 minutes.
I do indeed.
4.5 and 30-second warning. Yeah.
Okay. Am I ready to go now?
Certainly. Yes, far away.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. I speak today on behalf of all the Lindley Ward councillors. My ward colleagues, Councillor Eastwood and Councillor Burke, have been involved with the residents of the lane who oppose this application for a bit longer than myself, but I do understand why everyone feels so strongly about the various applications and revisions that have taken place over the last 2 years and 8 months. The applicant made his intentions for the development of the property perfectly clear in March 2018, although it was the previous owner who actually put in the original application that was refused. The house as it stood clearly wasn't big enough for the current owner's purposes, hence the number of subsequent applications. There is an argument that the applicant and his agent were working with and responding to suggestions of planning officers by reducing sizes of buildings. However, if that is the case, why, having been advised to drop the garage from earlier plans, do they keep coming back with it? The planning inspector also said no, but even that has not deterred the applicant from resubmitting plans. The report before the committee does seem to be a very one-dimensional assessment that relies predominantly on a short phrase in the inspector's report to completely justify a change in officers' original views and recommendations on the acceptability of a garage in the corner plot adjacent to Birkby Road. The overdevelopment may have been a little overplayed, but having read the inspector's report, we must agree with the conclusion reached by other residents who object. The report says that the plot is big enough to accommodate a building of the size originally asked for, but it is the other reasons for refusal that still apply. It therefore makes no difference if the new proposal is for a slightly smaller building. The key issue was and remains that the garage is to be situated in the corner of the plot right next to Birkby Road and forward of the host property, and will be visually assertive, out of character with, and harmful to the visual amenity of the local area. It will still be in the same position as before, on the boundary, forward of the building line and sitting well above the carriageway. The appeal inspector observed the majority of dwellings along Birkby Road are stepped back from the highway and do not have structures adjacent to the highway. And if you look along Birkby Road, none have buildings set above the carriageway. So why would any building be acceptable on the corner of this particular plot? The evidence is that it would not be, or else why would officers suggest that the garage should be removed from the plans rather than make it smaller? Within the appeal report, it does say a planning officer had implied that a standard double garage would be acceptable. However, comments from another objector claim they have an email from an officer stating that planning officers have not at any stage advised that the applicant that a smaller detached garage would likely prove acceptable. The next issue is the size, bulk and design of the garage. It has been reduced in height from 4.3 metres to 2.6 metres, not 2 metres as implied in the report. You can see this clearly on the cross-sectional plans. It will be a very large, flat-roof building situated forward of the main house. The garage will be fully exposed and visible when the road improvements take place, or if it is to be screened, any fence will have to be well over 2.6 metres high and set above Birkby Road. I note the comment in support of the application states that the scheme would not be visible from the street scene. However, this only holds if the building were to be screened with a 2.6 metre fence. We should bear in mind here that screening with trees or hedges is not enforceable, and that the general permitted development order states that the 1 metre rule applies where wall or fence is adjacent to a highway, as it is in this case. It's not right that the local community will have to put up with a high, ugly fence to conceal a badly designed garage in a prominent location that the inspector has already said should not be there. It was not just about the height, but also the design, location, and the impact on the local area. If a pitched roof was not acceptable, neither should a flat roof be. Finally, we do not believe it is right or acceptable for a plan that was originally rejected by the committee be resubmitted in smaller incremental chunks in an attempt to game the planning system to achieve the applicant's original development goals. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Yeah, next speaker, Chair.
Dr. Beebe.
Dr. Beebe.
Hello, Dr. Beebe. Yes, I just reinforced the 3 minutes. That is the maximum, but I will give you a reminder of 30 seconds when I get to 2.5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. I am a mother and a key worker providing care to our community. All I wish to do is accommodate our specific family needs. We have worked closely with the planning officer to address the inspectorate's one and only concern. This is that of visibility from the highway. The overall height has been reduced from 4.3 metres to 2.6 metres. This is a significant 40%. Contrary to what has been said today, the position is now further away from the boundary, 4 metres at its closest point. These changes ensure that the garage is not visually assertive. Cross-sections show that none of the garage can be seen at any angle or by anybody except the owners. The existing boundary treatment provides full concealment. So I ask, who is the garage actually visible to and who does it affect? The answer is nobody. The inspectors and the planning officer's report strongly agree that this is not overdevelopment. It is the most generously sized plot on the lane. Quoting the inspectorate, the garage would not be disproportionate to the size of the plot. So it is surprising that we are here today due to Councillor Burke's referral of overdevelopment. This has left us all baffled. The councillor was misled and should have accepted the invite of a site visit. Despite this, the footprint has been reduced by a further 25%. I urge you not to be misled by dishonesty from two households. The planning officer reports multiple objections from the same individuals. This is because of an ongoing feud they have with the previous owner. Offensive online comments have already been removed. We remain respectful and have good relations with all our supporting neighbours on the private lane. Our previous construction, despite what has been said, was carried out respectfully with no lane disruption, and Enforcement Officer Paul Wood can confirm this. Highways officers also have no concerns. This has been my family home for 3 years, and it will continue to be my forever home. We so desperately require this to improve the quality of our life. It affects nobody. It cannot be seen from the street scene. There is ample screenage that is provided. The inspectorate was of the opinion that a height reduction would accord with policies. Please give way to this and the planning officer's strong support. Hopefully you will approve today and restore my faith in this process. Thank you all for taking the time to listen.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Chair, Mr. Actor.
Hello, I'm just reiterating what you've just been told with regard to the 3 minutes. You'll get a prior warning, 30 seconds to go. But once we get to that 3 minutes, if we do, you will be cut off to go any further. Thank you.
Thank you.
If you'd like to start now.
Yes, okay. Good afternoon. I'm speaking today to support the Planning Officer's recommendation for approval. The revised garage fully accords with local planning guidelines. Please do not be misled by the objectors speaking today, as they are not speaking fact. The facts could not be presented any stronger than they are in the Planning Officer's report. You will note from the Planning Officer's report that objections were received by the Council before the application was even published. In summary, the planning merits of this application are that the flat roof structure ensures that the Inspectorate's sole concern of visual amenity is addressed. There is no visual impact on any person or dwelling. The garage will be proportionate to the size of the house and the overall plot density. Even though the footprint was not previously a concern to the Inspectorate, this has been reduced by 25% to alleviate any councillor concern. It does not contravene the national planning framework. Furthermore, the revised garage will harmonise with the character of the area and positively add to the amenities. As in the Planning Officer's report, this is a sustainable development with lifelong benefit. Overdevelopment has never been an issue in this application. The Inspector's sole concern was that of visual assertiveness. As this has now been fully eliminated, there are no valid planning reasons for not approving. As such, it will not be unreasonable to seek this at appeal with costs. I urge you to support your Planning Officer's recommendation for approval today based on its substantial merits. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. Hamish Gledhill.
Your next speaker is Hamish Gledhill on behalf of Mr. Black.
Okay, thank you.
Just to emphasise the fact of the 3 minutes, but you will get a 30-second warning as to time up. Hopefully you won't try to go beyond it because it will be cut off. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair. This is a representation on behalf of Ian Black, who is the former owner of the property at 402 Birkby Road, which he owned before the current owner and his family. He says, I was supportive of the current owner's previous planning applications, and I can see no valid reason for the tirade of negative comments associated with this. However, those people have the right to say anything, even without legal or moral grounding, and driven by a mindset that seems to start from a negative attitude towards the new owners and the right to have a family home. At the time when 402 Birkby Road was built in 2003, all the neighbours then were supportive. I draw the committee's attention to section 7.5 of the officer's report, which states, the scheme is smaller than that refused and would not be visible in the street scene, will be constructed from matching materials and therefore accords with policy requirements. There is no impact on trees, nor to the conservation area, and highways have no objection to the impact on highway safety. The rule of 5 cars off the private drive is not relevant, as the access was widened when number 402 was built. The proposal does not impact any surrounding residents. Some of the comments against the proposal include inaccurate calculations and were made before the application was even validated. I believe the owners have shown significant movement in their application by pursuing a flat roof over the garage. This is a large house in an area of large houses, but by no means the largest house with a very small radius locally. Jealousy of neighbours' houses must not be a consideration. Regards, Ian Black. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
And your final speaker, Chair, Jeremy Childs.
Yes, just to further emphasise the fact that the 3 minutes, but you will get a 30-second warning. Should you try to go any further, you'll be cut off. But I'm sure you won't do that. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair, members. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Just to say to members that they'll obviously be aware that every application should be addressed on its merits, not historical cherry picking of previous officers' comments by objectors, and trust they will determine the application on that basis. Historically, there has been an appeal decision which did advise that the plot size rendered it suitable or not inappropriate for a garage. The planning officers have been through policy LP24 and they have concluded in their report that the proposed double garage is considered to be of an acceptable visual design and scale, which would not have an unacceptable impact on the local street scene. The proposal, therefore, would not adversely impact on residential amenity or highway safety. With that in mind, I would urge that members vote to approve based on the officer's report, which deals with this application and does not
No.
Just a minute, can you pause it?
Just now. Sorry, councillors, we've lost that speaker. We'll just rejoin him to the meeting. Just bear with us, thank you.
Members.
You need to take mute off.
Members, yes?
Yes.
Can you hear me, Bernard?
Yeah, hello.
Nothing to say?
Yeah. Do you want me to say something?
Yeah, right, fire away then.
Yeah, for those who weren't there, this is number 402 Burby Road, has been to this planning committee before. I remember it very well. And I'm so surprised that, I'm not surprised really about the comments made, but it's really horrific to hear some of the comments being made by some of the objectors and by some of the supporters as well. It's just there's a breakdown in communication in there. But to get back to the planning consideration, I think at that time when it came up to the 2 years ago to the planning committee, we thought that what they wanted to do was an overdevelopment, but subsequently that was overturned on appeal. So now we're faced with they've got what they want, but the garage was rejected. Now we've got another garage come back. So I'm mindful of listening to what the councillors say in any particular decision. The ward councillors have got a very important role to play, and I've taken great note of what they said about the overdevelopment of site, and I'm wondering how much increases have been on the size of the original 402 Burby Road since it's been built, only in 2003. Look at the street scene. Most of the houses are set back from the road on there. I can't think of anyone that's got anything quite close to the boundary as this one's envisaged. Does it look visually bad to put a big fence up there to screen it, or I think it does. What we seem to be doing, and I think this might be the antagonising factor behind this, is it seems to be these small incremental chunks of building going on onto this plot. It must be, I wouldn't like to live close by where there's continual building. I've got nothing against the applicants, because they, after the original decision in 2018, they did ring me up about it, and I had a quite nice chat about it, and I understood their reasonings behind the original plan to extend the building. And okay, it's a good luck in the appeal. They've won the appeal, and I thought that would be the end of it. But we've come back again to the same situation. So I'm just gonna reserve my judgment at the moment. I just wonder what other people think about this, because we've been here before, and I'm reserving my judgment on this. Thank you very much, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Sokol, did you wish to speak? It's up on the. Did you? Yes, wish to speak. Councillor Martington's next.
Yeah, it is a concern when an application.
No, after. Sorry, Andrew. Oh. Andrew. I mean, next after.
Oh, sorry.
Mo Sokol. It's all right.
It's okay. I don't mind if Andrew want to speak before me, but I think I'm before him. Yeah. Chair. I know the property very well because I live Lindley anyway. Yeah. I do some short walks sometime on the road. Yeah. But I'm surprised when I read this report by who brought Carl Burke, local councillor. He put it in overdevelopment of the site about this garage. If you read the inspector's report, it did not refuse that garage on the overdevelopment issue. He refused on the scale of the garage site. Now, this new application coming in, it's much reduced. It looks like a 4.3 to 2.6, less, nearly 40% something. Yeah, but again, people are talking about be visible from the Berkby Road and on the front side. To me, I don't think this garage will be visible from their side. So only 2 meters something height, yeah, and it's a flat roof as well. So I don't know how the objector can justify to refuse this application. Yeah. But on the front side, I've seen it's a timber front on the front of the house. It's a much higher than you can see the garage. And on the boundary side, on the Berkby Road, I think it's well away from the boundary. I don't think it's much will be visible on the side. So, Mr. Chairman, I don't think we can be, as a member of the committee, can justify to refuse this application. It will go back to inspector if we refuse this application now, and they will get a planning permission, I'm sure. Yeah, because on the reduced scale of this size. Yeah, so I think we should follow the officer recommendation to approve this application. Yeah, we have no other reason to refuse this application. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mo. Councillor Martington.
Yeah, it's interesting how Councillor Sokol's phrased his contributions about what we can and cannot do, and I think I agree with one of the speakers said about this application needs to be judged on its merits, but also taking into consideration some of the planning, what's happened before. It is a bit of a concern when a site comes back over and over again to committee, and you just feel that if with this substantial plot, an application had come in right at the beginning, with the correct size of dwelling and a garage in an appropriate place, which would be in keeping with that particular part of that road, that would have been better. And again, you get all sorts of things about good land use, and I personally don't like piecemeal development where that's on a large scale, as we've heard it about with the previous application, with multiple housing or with single housing. So yeah, I still have concerns about this particular application. Yes, the applicants have, made steps towards reducing the scale of the garage, but as we've heard from a number of people, the garage location within the site is out of keeping with the other properties in that. And it does sound like the mitigation, the stuff that's going to mitigate against the visual amenity might have significant problems with visual amenity in its own right. So it might be debatable about whether this is overdevelopment or not. I still think it's going to have a negative visual amenity impact on the surrounding area. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Davies.
Yeah, I absolutely understand Councillor Marston's coming from in terms of the piecemeal approach, and I think it's always a concern, isn't it? And I know many people think that if that what's going to be next and so forth. So I can I have sympathy and I understand where some of the objectors are coming from. I think though, as Councillor Sokol said, it seems to be relatively clear when you look at the information, when you look at the changes they've made, and when you look at the officer's recommendation, that this would be something that that really meets the criteria that we would think reasonably should be met to approve, and certainly we can never tell on appeals. That's impossible to tell, but I'm sure there would be a very good chance if they went to appeal on this one, but that's not for us to decide, is it? And not for us to actually try and put some sort of sense of what's appealable or not. But I think in terms of what's been provided, the discussions with the officers, the recommendation, I would agree with Councillor Sokol's view on this.
Wait, any further speakers?
No.
No further speakers?
Councillor Homewood.
Councillor Homewood, yes? I just got in.
I just wanted to check on in terms of the road improvements. I'm assuming that's a future planning application that hasn't yet been submitted. Obviously, it's referred to, and the plans have got some illustration on that. Because to me, looking at the as it is now, I personally don't see the issue with it being sort of causing that visual impact. But I can see the fact that when the current fence and tree line etc is going to be pushed back, it's going to be closer to the road, and it's going to be, I think more generally, the visual amenity is going to be impacted by that, and I guess that's subject to another a separate planning application. So is the suggestion here that we shouldn't be giving any weight to that future application? Because I think that will have an impact, won't it? Because it will bring that building closer to the road. It means that you've got to build a higher fence to mask it. It's going to impact the amenity, but I guess that's a separate application. So I'm struggling as to what weight we're supposed to give to that, or does the then application that comes to the road improvement have to deal with the fact that there's an extra building on that site? It would just be helpful to get some clarification from the officer.
Yes, yeah. Julia.
Thank you, Chair. So Julia Sedman. The road improvements, there would be a separate planning application. What we've set out in the report is that it wouldn't conflict with sort of any forthcoming application there, but like I say, that would be considered separately. And then in terms of the boundary treatment, anything that's over the 1 metre in height there, once again, that would need planning permission as well. So I hope that clarifies the point. Yes, separate planning permissions would be required.
Right. I want to proposition somebody prepared to move or in favour or against. Anybody? Councillor Sokol, yes?
Yeah, I move to
Officer
move
approval.
the officer recommendation to office approve it. Yeah.
Is that seconded?
Yeah, I'll second that.
Right.
Okay. So that's this is a vote on approval of the application. Councillor Armour.
Abstain.
Councillor Bellamy.
Abstain.
Councillor Davies.
For.
Councillor Homewood.
For.
Councillor Marchington.
Against.
Councillor McGuinn. You're on mute, Councillor
You're on
McGuinn.
mute.
Come on, Bernard.
Is it muted?
Only Bernard do that. Mute him first.
I can't remember what I said there. Oh yeah, I'm in favour. Against. Sorry.
Thank you. Councillor Sarwar.
He's not here, is he?
Was gone. Yeah. Councillor Sokol.
Didn't he move it?
He moved it, but he's still got to vote.
All right.
Councillor Sokol. For.
He's raising his hand.
Councillor Uller. Thank you. Councillor Uller.
For.
Councillor Lee Richards.
Abstain.
Councillor Lyons.
I'll abstain on this one.
Abstain. Right, you've got four, 2 against, 4 abstentions, so that's carried.
You want to announce it?
Terry.
Yes.
Terry, yeah, I'm going to have to give my apologies now. So.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. Thank you for your attendance.
Yeah, no, thank you, Terry.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks for
Hope you have a good
Chairman. All the best.
And all the best for the new year.
Thank you. Take care. You. All the best. Bye.
Bye.
Happy
Right,
New
so-
Year, Andrew. Have a good Christmas.
Oh, thank you. And to you, and to everybody.
Yeah,
To all
man.
our viewers. Yeah. All
Final
the best,
one for me.
everybody. Thank you. All the best.
Mr.
Bye.
Chairman, we're
Yes.
going much longer. I'm afraid I'll have to leave as well.
Oh, well, once we get this next one over, well, I know I won't, I can't mention the other two because I'll be going because I can't be here for them. But
I'm afraid I'll have to withdraw now, Mr. Chairman.
right, okay. Thank you very much.
So
Thank you, Bill.
Who's still with us?
Right, for the rest of us, page 117, and it's the 35 Clough Road, Bolstermoor.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just confirm that you can see the PowerPoint and hear
Yes.
me?
Yes,
Brilliant. Thank you. So the application seeks listed building consent for the replacement of windows to the front elevation of 35 Clough Road, which is a Grade 2 listed building. The application has been brought to subcommittee in line with the scheme of delegation as the applicant is a council employee within the Growth and Regeneration Directorate. 35 Clough Road is set at 45 degrees to the street and faces southwest across the steeply falling grounds to the Crimble Clough here. So yeah, that's the front elevation there. The public right of way runs along the northern boundary of the site here. The property dates from the early or mid 19th century. It's 2 stories in height and is constructed of local hammer dressed stone under a stone slate roof. At the ground floor are a group of 4 windows to either side of the door. The first floor is a 14 light range of weavers' window openings, but several are blocked, creating 3 groups of 3 windows. So here you can see some of the blocked windows. It is of significance as a good example of a vernacular dwelling and shows how the textile industry was changing in this area around the 1840s. The first floor windows, which were blocked at the time of construction, indicate that it was built to accommodate domestic weaving, but may not have been used as such. The works are limited to the replacement of the windows to the front elevation. The existing timber window frames are clearly modern, with rooted corners and double glazed units. The opening lights are storm-proof casements. They are therefore not of any architectural or historical interest. The replacement timber window frames would be of a similar appearance with slimmer glazing bars but thicker double glazed units. The slimmer glazing bars will have a positive impact and be more in keeping with the traditional windows. The thicker double glazed units will increase the double reflection effect. However, the windows are not easily visible from any public vantage point. On balance, officers consider that they will have a neutral impact. No representations have been received on the application, no consultations were required. The committee report has been compiled by the Council's Conservation and Design Officer. It is therefore recommended that the listed building consent is granted. There's nothing further to add. Thank you.
Thank you. With no speakers.
No speakers, Chair. No.
Members?
Yeah, I'll move acceptance of. Yeah, I'll move acceptance.
Happy to second.
Councillor, seconded. With no speakers. All in favour? Oh, sorry. Sorry, I'm jumping the gun again.
Councillor Bellamy.
Yeah, I were actually just going to say that you can't even see this from because it's just surrounded by trees, and I was just going to say move it.
Is that out of the windows or in?
Well, yeah, I think both. So I was just going to say move it. So.
Yeah, right.
So that's a vote for then.
Yes.
Yeah. Councillor Davies.
For.
Councillor Homewood.
For.
Councillor McGuinn.
For.
Councillor Smith.
For.
Councillor Sokol.
For.
Councillor Uller.
For.
Councillor Lee Richards.
For.
Councillor Lyons.
For.
That's carried.
Before I hand over to Councillor Uller, I wish you all a healthier Christmas and a happier New Year. Thank you.
And you too.
Bye.
Thank you, Chair. You too. Thanks, Terry. See them.
Hey, going so you don't have to get the drinks in, Terry. Is that what you're doing?
Well, no, I won't make any mention of the next two items.
Right, Councillor Uller.
Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Right, I think we're ready to go. Are you okay? Is my microphone off?
Are we ready to go?
Is my microphone off? I need to speak
yes,
to him.
if you are, Councillor Uller.
Yes,
Okay.
Councillor Uller, we're ready. We're ready when you are.
Good evening, everyone. Yeah, it is evening. Next application, item 12, Matthew Lane. Stuart.
Thank you, Chair. Just again, can you confirm whether you can see the PowerPoint and hear me?
Yes, we can.
Brilliant, thank you. So the application seeks planning permission for the erection of a first floor side extension. The application is brought before committee in line with the scheme of delegation as the applicant is closely related to a councillor. The site is located on the west side of Matthew Lane and Matthew Grove and comprises a detached two-storey dwelling which fronts these highways. To the rear of the site is a single-storey end of terrace building which is used as a utility/workspace here. The site is within a residential area to the west of Meltham. The site is within relatively close proximity to the Grade 2 listed building of 41, 43, 45 and 47 Matthew Lane to the south east of the site, which is here. The dwelling is constructed from stone and designed with a hipped roof that is finished in grey concrete tiles. The dwelling has a single-storey extension with a mono-pitched roof to its south side, which forms a garage, which you can see here. And the dwelling has also been extended relatively recently with a two-storey timber-clad flat roof extension protruding from the rear wall of the dwelling, which you can see here. The proposed first floor side extension would be sited above the single-storey garage extension to the side of the dwelling, which you can clearly see there. The side, front and rear walls of the extension would be flush with the walls of the existing dwelling. The roof line would also be flush with the main body of the dwelling, and the extension would continue the hipped roof. So here are some photos which display the front elevation of the existing dwelling, with the photo on the right taken from Matthew Lane and the photo on the left taken from Matthew Grove. Here you can see the single-storey garage where the first floor extension is proposed to be sited on top of here. These next photos are taken from Matthew Grove, further to the south of the site. Members have a full and detailed report in front of them. However, in summary, it is clear that the proposed extension would be visible from the public domain, but officers considered that the extension would be a compatible addition to the existing dwelling in terms of its design. Whilst the gable would be noticeable from Matthew Grove to the south, as displayed in these two photos here, officers considered that it would not have, or it would not be an oppressive feature from within the street scene, given that the site is set downhill from Matthew Grove and that the side wall would be set off the highway boundary. In addition, officers considered that the extension would be suitably designed and sited to avoid harm to the significance of the nearby Grade 2 listed building and its setting, as well as undue harm to the amenities of neighbouring properties. Further to this, the proposal would not result in the loss of parking at the site, and Highways Development Management have raised no objections to the application. The application is supported by Meltham Town Council. There has been one representation to the application raising comments on the proposal, and this has been addressed in the report. So the application is therefore recommended for approval, subject to the conditions set out within the report. I've got nothing further to add, so thank you.
Thank you, Stuart. There aren't any speakers on this, so straight over to the committee for comments. We have no speakers. Any comments from the committee?
Chair,
Yeah, Bernard.
I just want to formally move it.
Be moved by Bernard.
I'll second.
Second. Councillor Anthony Smith would like to speak.
I was just going to say I'd second it. It's pretty uncontentious as far as I'm concerned.
Okay, Sheila, roll call then, please.
Yeah. So you're voting to approve the application. Councillor Bellamy?
For.
Councillor Davies?
For.
Councillor Homewood?
For.
Councillor McGuinn?
For.
Councillor Smith?
For.
Buckle?
For.
Councillor Lee Richards?
For.
Councillor Ulla?
For.
That's clearly carried, Chair.
Thank you. Next and final application.
Yay!
Page number 133, Wesenden Head Road. Is this Rebecca or still Stuart?
Hi, Chair. It's still me doing the last one here.
No worries.
And hopefully you can see the presentation as well. So the application seeks planning permission for one dwelling on land adjacent 81 Wessenden Head Road in Meltham. The application is brought to subcommittee in line with the scheme of delegation, as the applicant is an elected member. The site is highlighted in red on the screen here. As you can see, it's a triangular shaped parcel of land which currently forms the garden area of number 81 Wessenden Head Road. There are some photographs of the site here. The left-hand photo shows the application site, whilst the right-hand photo shows the relationship with the application property. These photos here on this next slide provide some context of the street scene. The left-hand photo shows the dwellings on the opposite side of the road, and the right-hand photo is looking down the road with the application site on the right-hand side of the photo. The site has a history of planning approvals for one dwelling, with the most recent application or approval being in 2012, as shown on the slide here. It's understood that this has been implemented, which makes it an important material consideration in this case, and a realistic fallback position. This scheme proposed under this application is shown on this slide here. It shows a detached dwelling with a hipped roof. There are 2 stories of accommodation, and internally it has an upside down living arrangement with the lounge opening onto a raised decking area on the upper floor and the bedrooms being below. Areas of garden would be provided as shown on the plan, and there is a parking area to the front of the dwelling. Proposed materials are natural stone with concrete tiles for the roof. The site is unallocated on the local plan and is considered acceptable in principle. Officers have entered into discussions in terms of the design, and the amended scheme is considered to be acceptable in terms of visual amenity. Officers raise no concern in terms of residential amenity and highway safety as set out within the report. There have been 2 representations on the original publicity and then a further 3 representations to the amended scheme. Meltham Town Council objected to the original scheme. All representations are addressed within the report. So in summary, the application is recommended for approval subject to the conditions set out within the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Stuart. I don't believe there are any speakers for this application, so over to the committee for any comments.
Hi, Shake.
Hi, Bernard, you all right?
Yeah, seeing as it's had a previous application accepted in print, and I think it's fair enough to say I think we should move for approval because of that. The principal's already accepted that you can build there, and the officers have discussed it. And I know we have to be thorough on this one because it's the chair. It's the chair of the committee. But I can't think of anything to object to on this. It's just fairly uncontroversial. So I move to accept it.
Yeah, thank you, Bernard. Councillors Bellamy and then Smith, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just curious that Meltham Town Council had objected to the original plans. I just, there's obviously been some alterations, and I'm just wondering, have we got any, comments from them since the plans were changed, and what did they think?
Thank you, Donna. Stuart, is there any clarity on that?
Hi there, Councillor. I could refer you to the case officer on this one if you'd like.
Hi there, members. It's Rebecca Drake. I'm the case officer for the application. Just to confirm that when we did the amended plans publicity, we just informed the neighbours and interested parties. We didn't seek a second set of comment from Meltham Town Council. Thank you.
Thanks, Rebecca. Councillor Anthony Smith.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, again, this is a fairly easy one for me. Principle's already been decided. It doesn't, I think all the planning conditions have been met, and I would happily second the officer's recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Any further comments? No. Councillor Bellamy, did you want to make some further comments about the Meltham Town Council? Your facial expressions suggest that you...
It's just, I'd thought that we should have gone back. The plans have changed, so I can't understand why we haven't gone back to ask them their thoughts on what, on what they were. So I think I'll be abstaining on this because I'm just, would have liked to have known what the Town Council thought of the new altered application.
Thank you, Councillor Bellamy. I believe we have a mover and a seconder for the approval of the officer's recommendation. If there aren't any further comments, Sheila?
Yeah, so you're voting for approval of the application. Councillor Bellamy?
Abstain.
Councillor Davies?
For.
Councillor Homewood?
For.
Councillor McGuinn?
For.
Councillor Smith,
For.
Councillor Sokol,
For.
Councillor Lee Richards,
Unmute.
Sorry, abstain. I agree with Councillor Bellamy. I wonder why we didn't go back to Meltham Town Council.
Councillor Uller.
For.
That's clearly carried, Chair.
Thank you. That brings us to the end of our agenda and the end of the meeting. I'd like to just wish everyone, officers as well, have a peaceful Christmas and a blessed New Year. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, Shay.
Have a good Christmas.
Merry Christmas,
Look after
Bye.
yourself, everyone.